wake up. I'm gonna stream for about 5 hours. Go to the pool, come back, and stream for another 2. That's the plan. So weird. Oh, you're better off. Someone won't pay your rate. Who cares? You're better off without the work. What's up, Mega Pussy? Hi, Lee. Oh, I'm dying. Oh. If we wanted to be the most charitable Discord group, we could do what we used to do in Crimson Daggers, where if you get a job that you either don't want to do, can't do, or isn't at the level of pay that you want, we could have a resource managing thing where we bounty the job out to other members of the Discord to give everybody the most work possible. That would be the most wholesome solution. Hey, this rate's too low for me, but I have friends who might be better suited. That kind of thing. Parties were good. Drank a little too much. And took one of my friend's Ritalin pills and I think I might have ADHD. I felt I don't know, my ability to focus for about 4 hours after I took it was pretty wild. I don't know what it does to people that I don't know what kind of effects it has on people with and without certain things. I haven't done enough research on it, but I did like how it made me feel. It made me feel like I could tune out a lot of the noise. It made my brain a lot quieter. So I might look into that. Yeah, I'd prefer to have a formal diagnosis. It was interesting though. Should I have taken it with alcohol? Probably not. But you know. I watched all of Shogun in one sitting yesterday. And here's my formal review. It's a 9 out of 10, only because the main character slips into a Geralt of Rivia impression a little too often. He's like, these cum-sucking fuckers and their shit fuck. If that guy didn't talk like that, it would be a 10 out of 10. But it's a very good show. Excellent show. Excellent show. What's up, Brad? Very good. Very good show. Incredibly sad ending. Very, very sad ending. But, emotionally resonant. It was very, actually I won't even say it, because I'm sure a lot of people haven't seen it yet. The plot was very satisfying. I don't even want to say what it didn't do. I thought it was going to fall into a trope, but it didn't, and I was very happy it didn't. But I don't even want to say what the trope was, because I want people to enjoy watching it. We need more miniseries. Stuff like Chernobyl, stuff like Shogun. We need more like 10 high quality episodes and then it's over. True. Number must go up. Forget what I said. Give me 20 seasons of Suits, because that's better than one great season of Shogun or an HBO show. I would hope something called Chainsaw Man was entertaining. Pretty wild name to have if you're gonna be boring. I gotta watch Blue Eye Samurai. I watched Delicious in Dungeon. I watched Shogun. I don't know. What am I gonna watch now? I don't even know what that is, Shays. Maybe I'll watch that. Controversial take, guys. If there's a show you can't watch with your partner, probably married the wrong person. Controversial take. But also, don't take my advice on any of that. It's just my gut feeling. If you're like, oh, I love Delicious in Dungeon, but I have to hide it from my wife. Get a new wife, dude. What? You gotta hide something you enjoy? If they don't even accept that you like it, then definitely break up. You should never be so lonely that you have to compromise stuff you're passionate about. That's dumb. That means that they just don't... Not only do they not like you, they don't even value the things that you like. Like, they don't like that you like things. That's like a whole other level of, like, why have that in your life? It just feels desperate. But again, don't take my advice on any of this. I'm not the best partner, so like, I don't know. I guess it really depends how lonely you are. Bro, if she's not into horny, violent anime, then what is she into? Well, you want to watch fucking The Golden Bachelor. Come on. Come on! The Bachelor is basically anime. It's essentially Dragon Ball Z. It's just a bunch of... Swap all the Z fighters for a bunch of horny women and have the villain of the season be the current Bachelor that they're all trying to, like, win over or beat. Like, it's Frieza, then they up the stakes next season and it's Majin Buu. Bachelor's basically DBZ. Every time a girl walks in to try flirting with the guy, it's just Goku going, "Ha! Well, let's see what you think about this new technique." It's a battle anime. The Bachelor is a battle anime. I agree. Right. When girls get rejected and then they come back with a glow up, it's literally Frieza being like, "In this new form, you won't stand a chance." Be great. What's up, Mike? How's Austin treating you?
And good evening to all of you folks back home. Isn't this exciting? We're being seen all over the world.
Oh, yes, I know. 700 million people approximately joining us tonight. Some in summer, some in winter. But wherever you are in the world, the swimsuit segment will be sure to warm your hearts.
Our first group, our first stop, will be on the grounds of the world-famous National Palace Museum, which houses Chinese treasures dating back some 4,000 years.
Well, let's hit the road.
One moment, chat. Puppy, are you shaking? You shaking, puppy? Please hold, chat. All right. need it. It's stocks, stock trading synthwave. Enjoy. I feel like a ghost. I feel like I died and my spirit's inhabiting my body. Here's the last few days, Chad, okay? I didn't sleep Friday night. I got 2 hours of sleep Friday afternoon. No, sorry, I got 2 hours of sleep. Hold on. Let's all blur together. I didn't sleep Friday night. I got 2 hours of sleep Saturday morning. I went to a party. Well, sorry, I went to a dog park party for 2 hours. Then I went to another party for 3 hours. Then I went up north and went to a house party. Drank too many margaritas. Stayed up till 6 in the morning. Drove back home 2 hours. Couldn't fall asleep when I got home. Stayed up till 11. Then slept from 11 to 6. Then got up and watched all 10 episodes of Shogun, which then it was 4 in the morning. Then I went for a walk because I wasn't tired. Then I came back and I slept 2 hours, got up, slept another hour, got up, and now I'm streaming. So I feel like a fucking ghost. Not even alive right now. Thank God there's a 24-hour bakery in the north end of Boston called Boba. Fucking stumbled in there, hungover at 4 a.m. on a fucking 5 a.m. whenever I drove home. Got like 3 boxes of pastries. Brought them to my family. That's true, actually. Yeah, in the north end of Boston, there's a down the street from like Mike's Pastry and all the like popular ones. There's a really cute bakery called Boba. Open 24 hours every day of the week, and they have all the classics. Well, I can't eat the pastries because of my diet. I had one. What did I have? I had a 1,500 calorie deficit after the drinking because I didn't eat anything all day to save room for alcohol, calorie-wise, which also got me a little too drunk. I had a lobster tail, which is a Italian pastry. It's like a flaky crust with cream in it. It's like 700 calories. But that was like all I ate. That was like whole day. I don't know. I'm a mess. Don't take any advice about anything to do in your life. I picked up the pastries because there was a misunderstanding. I was supposed to babysit my nephew, then they told me not to. So then I went to the party, and then on the way to the party, they were like, "Where are you?" And I was like, "You told me I didn't have to babysit." And they were like, we changed our minds. And I was like, well, you didn't tell me that. So then my nephew was freaking out because he thought he was going to get to give my dog a bath. So then, super early in the morning before I came home and crashed on my way home from the party, I stopped by my parents' house so I could wake my nephew up and let him play with the dog for a few hours. I gave my parents the pastries, gave my nephew some cookie pastry things from the bakery. So then I basically babysat him for the morning, and then around like 10, I came home, tried to swim, couldn't, and then crashed at like 11. Book music. Have you watched Shogun yet? It's great. I didn't think there'd be so much Portuguese stuff in it, but there is. I know how much you love sailors and the Portuguese. Yeah. Nice. Techie! It's great. The only cringe part of the whole show is the main character's voice sometimes. When he starts using his sailor speak. These fucking buggers, bugger, fuck, shit, fuck, bugger, bugger. Okay, buddy, we get it. We get it. Book music. I was up from midnight till 5 in the morning managing our mutual friend Kyle's drunken state with our other mutual friend Leah. It was that was interesting. That was very interesting. I haven't told his girlfriend the stuff he said yet, but I'm going to because it was adorable. He was bent over the sink with his head on the sink, just staring into it, and his body weight was like falling down on the ground. He couldn't hold himself up. He was like, "Where's Stephanie?" And I was like, "She's asleep, dude." And he was like, "I love her so much. Oh, I love her so much. She's so special." And then he throws up, and he goes, "Oh, I love her." I'm like, "All right, this is maybe not going in the speech I'm writing for your wedding, but maybe it will. We'll see." very cute. The cutest thing about my good friend Kyle is that he practiced for years to get rid of a speech impediment. But when he's drunk, it comes back. So sometimes I have to sit there and talk with him, and he's like... He has to, like, start a sentence multiple times because he keeps jumping to the middle of words. But when he's doing that while also talking about how much he loves his fiancée, it's very cute. It's a cute, wholesome time. I think my main critique of Shogun, I don't know, not enough Tengu, not enough Oni, or Japanese spirits in general. There was no scene where the characters walked into the woods and saw a tricksy Kodama, or a fox spirit with two tails who deceived them. Not enough yokai. And I know what you're saying. You're saying, but Dan, it's a political thriller about feudal Japan coming to terms with the inevitable march of Christianity and modernization. Yeah. Give me one yokai. Come on. Even 13 Assassins put a yokai in the movie. Even they found a way to put a tricksy fox spirit in there. Do I think a Sekiro show would work? Yes, I do. Easily. Very easily, actually. I think you could adapt that show in, like, pretty flawlessly. You do, like, a 10-episode limited series. You'd need a pretty good budget, though, to do some of the monsters. No, not 47 Ronins, 13 Assassins. 13 Assassins, one of the 13 Assassins turns out to be a tricksy fox spirit who can't die. And it's very, very subtle. It's extremely subtle. You see him die in a scene very quickly, and then he just shows up later and he's like, man, that was a crazy battle. I'm gonna go to the woods. And he, like, runs away. But, yeah. "47 Ronin" is a whole other thing. By the way, if you guys haven't seen 13 Assassins, oh boy, what a great movie. Go watch that. Basically, Shogun meets Home Alone. And if you watch it, you'll see what I mean. Well, that's subjective, Shays, but, you know, you're allowed to have your opinions. Assassins is basically, it's basically 300 but with 13. They're like, we gotta fight this whole army of this guy. What are we gonna do? And they're like, well, let's fortify this town and set a whole bunch of crazy traps. We're probably all gonna die. But, yeah. My favorite scene, fuck, I don't even want to say what it is. It's when the guy unfurls the scroll. It's one of the greatest scenes I've ever seen in a samurai movie. And he stands up on the ledge, and they're all looking at him, and he unfurls the scroll. We put it in our second Steve Lichman book. I'm assuming the new one? I didn't know there was... I don't know what you mean by the old one. The one I'm talking about came out like, I don't know, 10, 12 years ago? And they're like, how can we kill a bunch of people? And he's like, well, it's feudal Japan. We don't have guns, so... we could light some bulls on fire. Maybe that'll piss the bulls off a lot, and they'll like run down the street killing everybody. And he's like, that's a great idea. Let's do that. Let's set some bulls on fire. Great military tactic. I will say, in Shogun, it's in like the very first episode. I don't think this is much of a spoiler, but be warned. Seeing them boil a guy alive, I did not think they would go as hard as they did. I was like, oh, you guys made like makeup prosthetics to see like the fucking skin boiling off. Like, okay, cool. You guys are really want to show me how fucking horrifying this is. And I commend that. I really like the Fox Spirit in 13 Assassins because it's very, very subtle. I think a lot of people that watch it won't even notice that that's what the guy is. He's in human form. But, yeah, it's great. Really, really subtle. I suppose it's time for me to finally watch The Lighthouse. Another movie I have been meaning to watch, but have not. Waiting for the right moment. But I guess I have to make that moment. I have not seen the live-action Rurouni Kenshins, but I would be down to watch them. I like the story of Rurouni Kenshin. Anything in like the Warring States, Reformation, all that shit is great. There's like two main periods I love. There's like the Warring States, and there's like the end, like the end of feudal Japan. Rurouni Kenshin and like The Last Samurai and stories in that time period are always cool because they have that weird tragic undertone. Yeah, I'd be down to watch it with a group. I always like movies that have that tone of like the world isn't ending, but like our world is ending. That weird, like, you lose something with progress in a certain way. The weird, like, romantic, I don't quite know what to call it. I'm sure there's a literary term for it.
Love sick like a dog, canine sensitivity, developing this new theory of relativity, connecting a soul's resting in captivity, positive life sacrifice what it is to be our history, only a quarter of a century, reality sitting on the shoulders of a chemistry, see ain't no mystery, the colors that we mix will set the mind free, let the blind see beyond harmony, breathe life in the dead space below where your clouds of doubt, new territory we determine to be, everything a safe haven is supposed to be. Now it might seem distant, but the time is near. When the thoughts take off, split the atmosphere. Pure sound waves travel semi-infinitely. Plus I see you there up most definitely. Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I mean that from my heart, cause you make me feel good as a person.
Cause a beat plus a melody makes me speak of L-O-V-E eloquently, so evidently.
I am the best, I rip it up with finesse.
Good gracious, every process has a genesis, it ends with the revelation. God bless this opportunity for me to find a voice for some words that have waited for way too long. No wages, small tips on the avenue, never wasted, all hits for a revenue. Haven't you heard the news lately? Seems we've been living for some times in a purgatory. But yo, I thought I knew what a love song sound like, but I felt a warmer tune in the sunlight. I can still hear it in my room past midnight. Gotta move, take us on a cruise in the moonlight. Sometimes I do forget, oh how much we could ease lives we lead if we learn to let go. The reins that we hold, return to our soul and the spirit that flows. So you see upon everyday face there's a million.
I also gotta watch Killers of the Flower Moon. I meant to watch that a while ago, and life just got in the way. As a Teddy Roosevelt fan, I need to watch that. I did see The Northman. When you say a menacing face, do you mean like an actor or an expression? Fish is pretty good. Anglerfish, obviously.
the God in you. You epitomize the etymology of enthusiasm. Look it up, there lies the clouds that form the rain that came from the ocean that flow from the river. I'm a believer, firm with the first words, lyrical transceiver of our ancient roots. Science plus arts multiplied by faith, then divided by the number of our ethnic race. Let me mention what I've been thinking, how to save the children when the ship is sinking. So I'm sinking, no lip syncing, slogans, political hooligans with tank missiles and guns. Everything is relative when it's all in the family. Oh man, understand the time has finally come to realize the great power of one. All formulas equalize under the sun. Amen.
My brain hasn't turned on 100% yet, so I apologize. I can't think of anything else right now. Later, book music. In honor. I can't not hear that in a Ronin voice after watching all of Shogun in one sitting. You know what I did realize watching that? I don't think I've ever heard a Japanese person in Japanese say the word shinobi until that show. Like, I've heard white people say shinobi, and I've heard video game characters say shinobi, but I've never heard a Japanese person speaking Japanese say shinobi. I was like, oh, it's such a cool word. It's just weird. It stuck out to me. I was like, oh, I've like heard it in anime and stuff, I guess, but never like a person. For some reason, usually in movies when like ninjas show up, they never say ninja or shinobi, they just call them like assassins. They're like, oh, it's Lord Tokugawa's assassins. And you're like, okay. I mean, yeah, they are that. But yeah, you don't usually hear those words, which is weird. I never really noticed that. Oh, that's cool. What's cool about the moray eel? I mean, if you combine a scary bat with an anglerfish, it's basically just Golbat from Pokemon, right? Big, huge mouth with fangs, with wings. I don't know if you guys... I recommended a while ago that everybody watch this series called Brandon Plays Pokemon, which was a thing that Easy Allies did a while back, where Brandon Jones plays Pokemon blind for the first time, knowing really nothing about it. And one of the best things about it is throughout the game, Kyle Bossman makes him make predictions about what he expects to happen next. And at one point, Jones catches a Zubat, and Kyle's like, "What do you think that's going to evolve into?" And he's like, Jones is like, "Dude, I don't know. I'm guessing bigger mouth, more teeth, you know, bigger tongue. I'm guessing just like big mouth, teeth, tongue." And then when it does evolve, it's like amazing. It's just literally that.
If I were to sing a song out of space, it would be a song about peace.
We should just watch Brandon plays Pokemon.
The people that endure the pain.
Well, I don't know. I don't want to steal content from Easy Allies because they're still... I'm okay watching the game trailer stuff because game trailers is unfortunately dead. But Easy Allies is still going strong. I don't know if I want to watch their shit. That feels not as good. But I recommend everybody go watch it.
Now, if I were to play a song throughout the night, you know, it would be a song about peace. Until the morning we have to wake up and return to our physical, we can keep exploring the planet and outer limits. Because silence is as beautiful as any music, this infinite melody.
4 more hours of stream, chat, and then I gotta go swim. But I do plan on coming back for a second stream tonight.
See now, we all came from the uterus, right? And now,
Yeah, the Totoro sample's great.
whether male or female. And that's just like a cycle that keeps going on forever and ever. And we may not understand the biological,
I gotta watch,
but spiritually we
there's still some Miyazaki movies I haven't seen. I gotta set some time aside and knock them out. I gotta watch Porco Rosso. It's at the top of my list. I finally watched Kiki a few months ago, and I watched Spirited Away finally in like March. I don't know why I was saving Spirited Away for so long.
Come on, you see me. You see me. Yeah, I see you. Strolling down the avenue. Come on. You see me. I see you. Walking down the avenue. Striding down.
Yeah, the part in Kiki where her cat stopped talking made me emotional. I actually felt something. I was like, oh no. I was like, not the death of innocence. Not transitioning from child to adult. Oh no.
My eyes are open wide, no more time for mere peeping. That kid's name is Charles, and he's drunk from the weekend until next Wednesday. But not Mr. Cooper, his sax blast me back. The other cat on the corner never recorded to a multi-track. And as we pass, flow through fast like the guns, don't ask. Cause yesterday I dropped 20 cents into your empty glass.
Nerve to give me the gas face for lack of more Lucci. Classless scum sucker below square smoke that flows towards cutie. In my direction, obstacle connection immediately. Scallywag Chuck had the indecency to speak repeatedly. After the initial diss becoming increasingly vulgar as his lips muttered bitch. But she was long gone though. Sidewalk stepping was brisk with long strolls. A block and a half away was I thinking about
Not losing the magic of childhood being a metaphor for losing actual magic as a witch. Oh no. Maybe imagination was the real magic all along. Chad.
The next day, let's play in the park up until it gets dark.
down. Come on, my man, and hold me down. Hold me down. I said, hold me down. Hold me down while I get ready, wait for them to pass. Maybe I had enough for the day, but then again, maybe not. When it's hot, the ladies display for me what they got or what they have to have. Infringement, here we go again. Afternoon crept in and then changed to an evening session. City lights, eyes glow and attached to what's not right. Settling for less is accepted as the plan for the night. But the plans for us never change with the observers. Street walking nonchalantly, making them nervous. At the record spots, liquor, ticket spots, spot tight, hot spot, cool spot, bleed, spot, rock, bird, gym spot, herb,
Subs or dubs? It depends, really. I did Spirited Away with dubs. The dubs are usually pretty good. They get pretty good people. It's mostly because my eyesight is shit. Like, dub, like, subtitles are usually really small for my eyesight. I had to sit really close to watch Shogun. But, yeah.
Illuminate crowds like filaments when I be laughing. Substantial's the name, my man, don't forget it. The lyrical terrorists. Hide out, bro, it's only the beginning. The lyrical terrorists. UV's my crew, my man, we coming with it. The lyrical terrorists. Minds consecrated, rob logistics. The lyrical terrorists. My man, you can't withstand the eviction of ill diction. Smack your ass into a world, never nailed to just one sober MC. The most cats older than me. Both sides to every house, open things a poster of me. So who wanted no response? I guess
I like the, I don't know what to call it. I like the rhythm of Japanese delivery for dramatic lines. There's a weird rhythm they have that I like a lot. Like a simple line, like, you know, we can't possibly do this. The dub actor will be like, we can't possibly do this. And then, you know, the original voice actor, it's like, it's like a weird rhythm. Where, like, in English, it's just like flat. We can't possibly do this. It's just like a flat. When they speak in the Japanese, there's like inflections and a weird like rhythm of the delivery. They slow down certain words and speed up other words in a really interesting way that I think adds to the drama of it. I always like that. It was fun trying to kind of learn how to do that with our dumb audiobook chapter in Japanese. I can't possibly remember what he wrote. Well, yeah, we're talking about Ghibli movies, though. Or Ghibli. We're talking about that. I'm not talking about any old anime. I will say, my favorite thing, which thankfully showed up in Shogun, is the fucking kabuki voices. The kabuki voices are my favorite thing in anything. I love that shit so much. I want to know what the origin of that is. I don't know what the like. I don't know what that is. It doesn't sound like anything else. It only sounds like that.
wish y'all would stop using me. Say if I was your MIC, do you think you could treat me properly instead of dropping me and abusing me? Sometimes I wish y'all would stop using me. What's going on?
Isn't it weird that they're like, isn't a definitive miniseries of the Romanovs and Rasputin and all that? There's been adaptations of it, but there isn't like a truly great adaptation of it.
Please make them put me back. Why me black? I scream frantically, causing feedback. Probably out the ruckus with him and his crew touches. Has to be a way to escape from his sweaty clutches. Losing it, slowly becoming suicidal. Cause of his weak recital, crimes become homicidal. Trapped there wondering why the others didn't warn me. I could've avoided this whack bitten on me. Microphone respect, 1 2 1 2. Say without a microphone.
Like that feels like a pretty prime candidate for like a pristine historical drama show. Like you've got political revolution, you've got royalty, you've got lots of sex, you've got mysticism, you've got palace intrigue, like you got war. Like I don't know, like how it just feels like a weird blind spot that should have like a very good adaptation.
Why is it that the good are the first to go? Word is born, so my heart can't take no more. I've been trying to maintain, but the pain is a strain. Memories of day forever stain my brain, so you'll never be forgotten. Shirts with your name on it, we gon' be rockin' till they mildew and rotten. Coping with your passing on has been rough. Even brought tears to eyes of guys that play tough. Now I'm thinking about you from lunar to solar. Can't believe we came so close, but yet so far. What you have to die for? It hurt more when I think of all the things that you had in store. Cause the ladder of success you were steadily climbing. When you began rhyming, you were shining like a diamond and you just started. Now you're nearly departed. I'm feeling heavy hearted and I can't disregard it. But every time I rhyme, I can feel you in me. Now you're in a better place to watch over us and Jimmy. Why do we live and die? Why do we flip and cry? When we all know that nothing is forever on this earth. We try to kill the hurt, though it seems nothing really works. Why do we live and die? Why do we flip and cry? When we all know that nothing is forever on this earth. We try to kill the hurt, though it seems nothing really works. Mother's Day morning when it all occurred. Remember when I first heard, thought that it was absurd. And it couldn't be true, anybody but you. Son, you had so many unfinished things to do. And to call him talented was an understatement. You could wait around for years, never find a replacement. There'll never be another who can take his place. No, his fan would give anything to see his face. It's so hard to say goodbye, yet so easy to go. And before you know, we will soon follow to the other side when his brother died. Man, it hurt inside when I heard his brother cry. Stand strong. Why did death not to pick you and come and get you? Best believe as long as we breathe, we'll still miss you. Every other day, someone else is deceased. I done lost my pops, my uncle, and my niece. My grandfather, friends, and I'm probably next. Feels like we're gonna die and it's getting me vexed. DJ, if you're watching me, my armor through the drama. Cause it don't cease, David Cross, rest in peace. Why do we live and die? Why do we flip and cry? When we all know that nothing is forever on this earth. We try to kill the hurt, though it seems nothing really works. Why do we live and die? Why do we flip and cry? When we all know that nothing is forever on this earth. We try to kill the hurt, though it seems nothing really works.
Playlist from the old rap? I don't know. I'd have to go back and listen. I think it was Ellie. I think it was something like a 90s hip hop by Ellie. I think it was... Hold on. It might have been this, Johnny. It also might have been this. Unless I was just listening to rap. Could have also just been me listening to rap. Cool.
fact in action. Picture a smooth brother maxing with his girlie at the park at the dark, getting romantic, but suddenly things get frantic. Nod to the head, romance is over. She's remembering the feelings he showed her. Told her that his love was true to the end. They didn't think the end would be then. The hard rock will say, yo lady, tough luck. Her life ruined cause a bum rushed a quick buck. They gotta live with the pain that's felt inside. And all the world has to say to her is, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. She said, hey babe, take a walk on the wild side. And everybody go,
Maddie, I drank too much. They were good. They were fun. Good time. Too many margaritas.
living in the big city, the place you wanna inhabit. Riding fast lane cause your girlie's gotta have it. And you're the man on top, dealing dope material. And I don't mean hip hop, but you deal it so you can make it much as you can. Not caring if you're ruining your brother, man, but you're big time. No work, just high sign. And main thought in your head is I'ma get mine. And buddy, won't call your brother, you're no kin to me. Dealing stuff the man makes you put into me. But I'ma let you know, clown, what goes up has gotta come down. One day, somebody just like you is gonna get the drop on you and invite you to dance with the devil in the pale moonlight. No way out, Joker, it's your fight. Who's gonna help you cause you played yourself? All the people you dogged just put your life on the shelf and you're trying to hold on to your pride. But what you gotta be proud of, punk, you took a walk on the wild side.
I tried some Ritalin. It's good shit. I can see why people want that in their life.
Fact is, I can't hold back no longer. This isn't media hype. It's strong, it's real life. And my goal is to feel your awareness. Cause some brothers are careless, meaning they care less about another brother or his life. Not unless it's his own child or his wife. What hell is this world coming to? People are sunning you, come let hope shine through. It give a helping hand to help somebody stand, get on his own feet and be a man, running your contraband. But what's the purpose? You come up for brothers, go down from your service. The government with its so
I liked it.
crack is that
I was like, oh, I get it. I get it. Hey, gross bro. How you doing?
And me, I'm not having it. This may be abrupt, but I tell you straight up, the government is corrupt. They're like a roller coaster, and we're on for the ride. A passenger or prey, because they say, hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. They say, hey, babe, take a walk on the wild side. And everybody go.
Nice. Yeah, it's a slow day for me.
Can I kick it to all the people who can quest like a tribe does? Before this, did you really know what I was? Comprehend to the
My only goal for today
getting mentions on the tip
to get in the pool by 7. Get a good 2 hours in.
Really good on the rhythm rug.
Maybe come back and stream some more.
The jitterbug. Come and spread your arms if you really need a hug. Afrocentric living is a big shrug. A life filled with, that's what I love. A lower plateau is what we're above. If you diss us, we won't even think of. We'll nipper the dog and give a big shove. This rhythm really fits like a snug glove. Like a box of positives, it's a plus love. As the trial flies high like a dove.
Hey, Sharky. Oh, God.
When it comes to rhythms, Quest is your savior. Follow us for the funky behavior. Make a note on the rhythm we gave you. Feel free, drop your pants, check your hair. Do you like the garments that we wear? I instruct you to be the obeyer.
For the purposes of your story, you're going to assume wizards aren't human, they're a different race. It's very Voldemort of you. Very Grindelwald. I don't know. A little bit, Sharky. I'm just kind of, you know, trying to get the momentum back up.
Honey, check it out, you got me mesmerized with your black hair and your fat ass thighs. Street poetry is my everyday, but yo, I gotta stop when you drop my weight. If I was working at the club, you would not pay. Ayo, my man Fife Diggy, he got something to say.
I like them brown, yellow, Puerto Rican, or Haitian. Name is Fife Dog from the Zulu Nation. So you're in the jam that we can get down. Now let's knock the boots like the group H-Town. You got DVD all on your bedroom wall. But I'm above the rim and this is how I ball. A gritty little something on the New York street. This is how I represent over this
Yeah, in Lord of the Rings, they're basically like
Yo, I
angels.
took you out, but sex was on my mind for the whole damn route. My mind was in a frenzy in a horny state, but I couldn't drop dimes because you couldn't relate. You couldn't relate.
My favorite motifs to redesign those tropes are in the animated Rankin Bass Hobbit movie, where they make they design all the characters based off animals. Like Gandalf has features of like a hawk and an owl, like a noble bird of prey. Bilbo is designed to look like a mouse, kind of, like a mole, because he lives in a hole in the ground. It's very interesting. Smog is designed to look like a wolf, like a predator. He's got like hair, and he's got very like lupine features. Gollum is like a frog. It's great.
I'll have you weak in the knees that you can hardly speak, or we could do like Uncle Ella swinging F in my G. Keep it on the down, yo, we keep it discreet. See, I'm not the type of kid to have my biz in the streets.
If my mom don't approve, then I'll just be low. Let me take the little man from inside the boat. Let me hit it from the back, girl, I won't catch a hernia. Bust off on your couch, now you got Siemens furniture.
Shy, he fight for the extra P. Stacy Beagle, PJ, and my man LG. They know the abstract is really so on ice. The character is of man, never ever a mice. Shorty, let me tell you about my only vice. It has to do with lots of loving, and it ain't nothing nice. It ain't nothing nice. It ain't nothing nice.
I rock rappers frequently. I'm like Stevie Wonder. I can't see a brother beating me. Wanna throw joints, you get spanked. Fella wanna talk dough? I'm seeing more cash in a bank teller. Wanna talk girls, you can't follow this. I've been through more skins than the average dermatologist. I'm no joke on a fast or slow tip. Pockets stay so thick, be on some down low shit. I turn them C's red fast. I never sell out, fuck that, yo, I'm dead ass. I'm rolling like TNT. When it comes to this, ain't another brother seeing me. That's why opponents always get scared, cause I make brothers go, well, yo, now that's that I'm shit there. I'll always be the same. Cause whether I'm broke or got pain, sunshine or rain, ain't a damn thing changed. I'm hip to the game. I'll always be the same. Cause whether I'm broke or got pain, sunshine or rain, ain't a damn thing changed. Brothers better lounge when I pass through town.
You better recognize.
Don't know, better ask around. Word life, I'm not a new figure. They say good things come to those who wait. I'm overdue, nigga. I lounge and rock tunes the way I be saving the day. Give me a cape and a costume. But no, it's not Batman, it's the original black man. That goes back like the Gap Band. I don't run scams, got dumb fans showing one man that's quick to toast a nigga like a suntan. People wonder what
I heard the one basically calling him a pedophile, yeah. It was very good.
You know what the deal is? Rap ain't shit if it ain't real, kid. Can a rapper outplay me?
Hey, Corey.
Do you think, kid?
Word life, no doubt, baby. I'll always be the same. Cause whether I'm broke or got things, sunshine or rain, ain't a damn thing changed. I'm hip to the game. I'll always be the same. Cause whether I'm broke or got things, sunshine or rain, ain't a damn thing changed.
I got so much funky shit inside my brain. I couldn't explain it. You wouldn't understand. I couldn't explain it. So baby, I got so much funky shit inside my brain. I couldn't explain it. You wouldn't understand. I couldn't explain it.
Explanation of the funk essential trapped in my brain. Couldn't do it, make me wonder how a bro maintain. Got MCs frontin' total masquerade. Screaming toast, had to touch him up with my blade. Cut his cord, brother still falling to this day. And all his face say is why'd it have to be this way? 5% of the culture, make me pop you like a vulture. Amplify my mic and let the rhyme take the clutcher. The reins of the rhythm with some boom boom cat. Not enough to break your back, just so you react. My counteract's my counterpart. Taking your heart, you made a move to pull my plug. That ass got sparked. All I seeing and knowing is my business and I divide to.
He's too famous to be a pedo? What? That's not a response to that at all. Oh, I'm too famous. Sorry. Can't be attracted to minors because I have a problem. Too famous. Too famous to have a mental disorder. As we all know, there's no famous rich people that are into kids, ever. Historically, it's never happened. We all know that. It's never been a thing that's happened, ever. Never, ever, ever has a famous person been into minors. They're immune to it. They're immune to it. We know that. Clearly. Flawless logic. That's almost like a self-report that his response was that weak. You couldn't think of anything better? Oh no. They didn't catch me, so I'm not guilty. Flawless logic. That's the same logic Dahmer used, you know, until they caught him. Until they caught him, he was innocent, though. Great logic. Drake really is a fucking loser, huh? What a loser. He's got, like, got beat up in high school vibes. He's got that weird, like, softness. Like, bro, you got made fun of, like, hardcore.
In the beginning, I remember that God made man, crafted in his image with his own hand. Something out of man's rib came to a man. The creatures we love like I don't understand, but it's amazing. I see God's beauty through a physical design, plus a mind combined defines miracle, and I'm not convinced that a mineral, a bang from the sky could arrive such individuals. And as world turns, I wonder with concern the time will meet, complete each other's words. I'm kidding, but who says fantasy's forbidden? See, I'm the type of cat that expresses
Who are we listening to?
Driven to promote love and every essence living.
Here is this playlist, Gross Girl.
Caressing the mic like a newlywed wife. Ink flows from my pen in hopes to truly shed light upon this situation that I'm faced with. One that takes patience to build a foundation that we both share. No, that's simulation. Anything less don't impress. Know what I'm saying? I look into the mirror and every day it gets clear. I gotta steer from the places I veered. I said I look into the mirror and every day.
It's officially a painting bark day. I've decided. I'm just gonna knock this out.
In all the wrong places, looking for love, y'all. In all the wrong places, looking for love, y'all.
We're just gonna knock out this bark.
Looking for love, y'all. It's getting hot, thinking when they pop, my name drop. Ain't gonna rock the spot, what they got. See you in my team top, rap charts the pop. What you saying ain't mine, so it doesn't mean a lot bigger. When they go by this, my pockets get bigger. Money legal, to keep my hand off a gun trigger. Stick up your eardrum, not your purse for my bank account funds. Need lots of ones, about 1 million of them. Retired when about 30, now the only time I got in my yard is when my hands dirty. Pardon the French, but home metallic. Ron's barrel.
That's very funny.
Scratch grapes, make tapes, make no mistakes.
I'm too famous to be a pedophile. Also, LOL, you got molested. Wow, dude. Is anyone defending Drake's response? Are they like, wow, he got him? Or are even his fans like, this is weak? Because that sounds real weak. That sounds like shockingly weak.
It's the only thing we got now. I wish I told you something before you got locked down. Now I miss you and I used to cock missiles, lock issues, treat flesh as scar tissue. Rip through it if it's beef, we would get to it. Toss heat to it, watch it cook, and didn't care if you look. Ski mask had the face covered. Keep your eye on your girl, cause I like it covered. Sneak on her, make her mind, make you beat on her. You like to cheat on her, now she at the crib, I like the freak on her. You in my face, we can speak on it. You wanna talk or do you wanna put the heat on it? Time waits for no one, and everybody got to go. You think you got forever? You walk around real slow. Hesitate if you want to get caught out late. It's moving too quick, I ain't got time to waste. Time waits for no one, and everybody got to go. You think you got forever? You walk around real slow. Hesitate if you want to get caught out late. It's moving too quick, I ain't got time to waste.
Death to spot and it did. Comes on like clouds and it hit my soul. My truth and yet that imagine the late die cast and let on the lives we nursed and the days we cherished as kids.
Because, you know, the type of guy who would make fun of someone for being molested is definitely not the type of guy who would molest somebody. Those things, you know. Ability to molest and not taking molestation seriously. Weaponizing it to attack somebody, you know. Those two things don't go together at all. He's too famous. He's too famous to do that. Too famous. He'd never do it. Maybe for a normal person. It's like if you're like, honey, are you a murderer? And your husband's response is, babe, if I was a murderer, don't you think I would have been caught by now? Murderers get caught. It's like not a denial. Honey, did you cheat on me? Babe, listen to yourself. How could I even do that? You know how hard that would be to do? Babe, what are you even talking about? I'm too transparent with you to cheat.
Relax for a moment. Part 4.
Yeah, snowflakes in January, hot warm like February. I wouldn't ordinarily lost to the drum, play a fool like April. Be the best dance in a June or bridal. Power of the will, Julius and Augustus. All you know is just us in a new semester. Back in September, boy, I wonder if still remember. Meet me halfway from Mars to Venus. Meet the chases on between us. Retweet the sweetest piece of
Oh, boy.
Connection, ask a question, wait for an answer and make a suggestion. Time and a place for a first impression. Second and third to a fourth dimension. Rise above waste that hold us captive to a swear that I the captain. Through the sapphire sky, but like sapphire. Moth to a fire, but we can fly higher.
Yeah, Kick pays crazy money to people that do gambling streams. That's why Trainwrecks and XTC jump ship.
In the fabric of a calendar, dress up at the end of October. Give thanks to the family November. A cold blood close of December. And we back to the origins.
I mean, it definitely worked for Epstein. He never got caught. He was too famous. That's one of the only conspiracies I actually buy into. I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but Epstein absolutely worked for the CIA or something. Something like that. That one is so fucking funny to me. I don't know that, Chase. I don't know. Other people might. Does anyone have any common buildings used in D&D campaigns other than dungeons, mills, and inns? A barracks, an abandoned supply place, an underground catacomb, perhaps a necropolis full of tombs, maybe a spooky covered bridge, maybe an abandoned fortress, maybe an underground trading route, maybe a mine that dug too deep and stumbled into an ancient ruin full of mysterious monsters, maybe a mine that dug too deep and got into a volcanic lava flow full of salamander creatures, maybe a mine that dug too deep and found a crystal cavern, maybe a mine that dug too deep and hit a sleeping eldritch creature, maybe a mine that dug too deep and found another mine run by dwarves that went to a dwarf city, maybe a mine that dug too deep and woke up a sleeping dragon, maybe a mine that dug too deep and dug into itself because they tapped into a mirror dimension, maybe a mine. There you go.
Favorite album, all time.
Operation Doomsday, MF Doom.
What do you like about it?
I'm listening to.
Keep your mind on your mask, kid. Horror form classic, it's drastic. Villain hydrochloric acid, splashed it. Pull it out, reached it and blasted. Pow! Pinstripes on a basket. New York style, wow. Cheddar grab easy. It's only entertainment though, when thought out completely. Sad demeanor could get him to dropping bag cleaner. Master schemer, expert in that arena, puffin' Pasadena. You read the grass was greener. Black beamer, IH, gyrate, rubbing shoulders with pigs who don't fly straight. Just ate, causing indigestion. Will soon regurgitate into profits, no question. Nosy agents sniffing around. Pay attention, you could take that to the bank.
Maybe
Don't mention
maybe a washed up shipwreck. Maybe an old spooky lighthouse built by an ancient race. Maybe a graveyard, maybe an old church or a temple.
Price on your baby mama had no lights, Christ. Chop T on the Gucci knit. Out the cabana shooting 2 Uzis on some movie shit. Who we at? Work tilapia. You ever had butterflies until we're locked up? My nigga back the whole Ramadan. He fucked the mosque up. 30 days worth of praise. Went to sleep late, got an early grave. Only met my plug twice, but I get
Also, don't forget, in D&D, there are creatures that can rewrite reality and cast illusions. Like a beholder can dream and reshape reality. So, like, you could make any location you want and have it be not a real location. It could be a place you put the characters that's completely nonsensical and it could still be tangible because it's being magically projected. So you could get really weird. You could make a whole village of people that don't actually exist. Technically in D&D, you could have a wizard who became a lich and got so lonely from being alone for so long that he went crazy and as a coping mechanism created an illusion of a town around him so he didn't have to be alone anymore. And all those people could seem real to your party, but it's all an illusion made by the lich so he doesn't have to be alone anymore because he's too old. You could do weird shit like that, so just get weird with it. You don't even have to tell the characters. They never even have to meet the lich. You never have to reveal the secret. It's just there in case they find it. literally knew anything.
I'd always see these Nikes on the wire when I was driving through a neighborhood. Somebody said you stayed in, convinced I'd found the actual inspiration. For the record, I was not even close to the right neighborhood. Even when the heart is pure, the brain is mush. Thank you for the stories and a fuck you to the normies. Bruin said we lost our Jordan. I would sprinkle in some Voorhees in a great breeze. I have this memory of me and you rapping meat grinder to each other at a BBQ and BK. Got the same memory with a couple other people too. Trading doom lines, that's what people do. You were always kind of me in person. I tried to play it cool, but I was always kind of nervous. 30 summers of guiding the muddy waters to the men with many names. I hope you're somewhere with your brother, yeah.
Super villaino, Illino, chopping records at my parents'.
Here's an idea. Here's a free idea. There's an ancient elvish valley or something that used to be like a promised land full of beautiful forests and fruit. And then an unknown magical disaster happened thousands of years ago that unleashed a miasma, a thick fog that breeds monsters and will kill you if you stay in it too long. But it's also on a trading route that goes between two major cities. So if you're willing to do high risk, high reward, you have to go through the valley with the miasma. And in the fog, hidden, if they stumble around, you find all kinds of destroyed ancient civilization stuff and cool machinery and weird, beautiful architecture from the dead city. But also, the only way to navigate it is, if you're looking down at the valley from up on a hill, there's a bunch of flames. And what those are lighthouse towers. And if you're close, you can see those if you look up in the air. You know where the next tower is, but you can't see anything in front of you. So the adventurers have to follow the flames to get through, and they can rest at each tower. Those are like the checkpoints. But who knows what else is resting at the towers. Take like two environments and smash them together, like foggy ocean, but then apply it to like a city. And then, you know, take all the rationale from a foggy ocean and apply it to that. Like, we would need a lighthouse, we would need a way to get through it, we need some kind of navigational compass. Like, take all that and put it in a terrestrial location. Just mix up the logic for different things.
What do you mind the gap? A lot of these rapper dudes' first lines is crap. Better to be safe than sorry, or slaving miles deep inside an 8-man's quarry. What is doing? Cross that bridge when you get to the fork in the road. By the ridge, ask the midget for the code. It's 3 digits. Break them off some lodestones and 4, 5.
Yeah, take it, run with it.
Type it in manual. Gradual, actual is how the hype's been annual.
The 6th annual meeting.
Hit the green button. Don't you learn some shit where you ain't seen nothing? Bear witness with the blind's eye. How the binds tied. Couldn't find why. I don't know. What? It is as it is. Just enter the realm that's.
What would I mix up a moon city with? Probably 18th century underwater exploration. So like, modern scuba stuff is too advanced, but back then it was horrifying. So like, you had to wear like a diving bell with a line to breathe, and if anything happened to your line, your body would explode. Or you could build, the way they used to build bridges, they'd make a giant pressurized room, they'd lower it in the water, and people would work, and then they'd bring them up after a certain amount of time so their blood didn't thin out too much. I would take like a big abandoned moon city, cool lunar ruins, and combine it with like early 1800s technology for exploration. So have it not be great. Great. Like, you don't want it to be easy to do. There needs to be some danger.
Yeah, I said it. What you need to do is get back to reading credits. Read the medics alphabetically, stuck on that English shit now.
The only reason I'd combine it with that is because you want to find a logical connection between the two things you're mixing up. So, outer space, no oxygen. Underwater, no oxygen. So that's a good way to connect the two. Go, okay, logically, similar technology makes sense. It's a recognizable thing. It won't feel as weird to smash those together. because they're both about exploring an environment that doesn't have breathable air.
Who's more cleverer? Used to wear leather goose fee with the fur collar and charge the fee for loose leaf words per dollar. You heard holler. Broad or dude, we need food. Eat your teams for sure. The streets sure seem rude. For fam like the partridges. Pardon him for the mix-up. Battle for your Tory cartridges or put your kicks up. It's a stick up.
Put your flicks up. He's spitting bold cuts and swole like penile flicks. Give him 20. The danger in his eyes will let you know he's a brawler. Bring your tallest champs like that much taller. 10 pounds heavier. One step ahead of it. Vocab, stamina, styles, all irrelevant. Camps and cliques, units, squad crews and clans. Even the tongues are fucking.
You could take other things too, like if you're in a pressurized area underwater for too long, you'll get the bends and it can kill you. You'll get like crazy migraines and shit because your blood's expanding. So maybe take that idea, that known feeling of like, okay, weird things can happen when you're underwater pressurized. Maybe combine that with the lore of why the city on the moon is destroyed, the like lunar ruins. Like maybe instead of the weirdly medical reason of the blood expanding, maybe it's an exposure thing. Like, okay, we can send you down to explore the lunar ruins, but you can only be there for 3 hours at a time, then you have to come back. The same way that if you're underwater working on a bridge, you can be there for an hour, but then you have to come up, because if you don't, your blood will expand and you'll die, or get crazy permanent damage. So maybe with the lunar ruins thing, maybe some weird space mania killed them, some weird like eldritch thing from an artifact, like in 2001, they have the column that drives people crazy. Maybe the lunar people dug something up on the moon that made them all go mad. Maybe the madness affects you the longer you're there. Maybe there's ghosts. Maybe they were like a psychic mage society that built the city. Maybe their weird psychic ghosts start to possess you the longer you're there. Maybe there's a weird disease. Maybe there's a weird predatory species that starts to manifest. Yeah, there could be all kinds of crazy things. Like, just find something that's a metaphor for the bends. Find something that's a metaphor for getting the bends. Because being underwater too long is risky, and we know that. It makes sense to us naturally. So if you can find a metaphor for that, it'll feel more natural in your campaign. You could go like, you could pull in a third influence that makes sense, like Lovecraft. Maybe the people that were in the city didn't actually, maybe you think they're dead because the city's abandoned and it's ruins. But maybe you bring in like a Lovecraft idea where the people disappeared but they didn't die. Maybe they evolved. Maybe they found an artifact or uncovered a secret on the moon that forced them to hyper-evolve into a new species. Maybe that species burrowed under the city, and they're living in like a weird, like, horrifying monster colony or a hive mind, or maybe they're on like a giant kind of like wasp nest or something of weird mutated people, and the longer you're there, the higher the risk of them knowing you're there. And then, you know, you think everyone's dead, but then maybe the risk is that you're gonna get, you know, also forcefully evolved. You could even write that into the lore of how your characters level up. Like, naturally in an RPG, your characters get stronger and you learn new spells and stuff. You could accelerate that in your lunar campaign and have people level up faster. So they'll be really into it. They'll be like, well, I'm getting all these new powers. That's really cool. But you could do the Bloodborne thing of you're getting more powers because you're actually turning into something you don't want to turn into and you don't realize it. Maybe they realize it too late and it's like, oh, I got all these cool new things that I can do. And it's like, yes, but that's because you're hyper-evolving into something that isn't human that you don't want to be. And you're not aware of that until it's too late at the end of the campaign where it's like, I got all this power, but I traded this horrible Lovecraftian realization. Like, you could do cool shit like that too. Tie in the mechanics of the game of leveling up and getting stronger to the location they're in.
by one, bitch niggas get served as I touch nerves with these special herbs. Listen here, you're great, but grim is greater. At shows I rock with Raider. Mad flow stays in deep theta. Hits on me are paid by haters. So Lord, if they kill me and I don't shine, please dispose my foes. I expose in rhymes. Who knows my flows can't be frozen time. And they chose evil gins and pray I die. But glows as my halo grim grows in size. Some friends wasn't friends, so I cut my ties. I learned fake concerns live through true lies. They smile in your face, look you in your eyes. Absorb all your energy and leave you dry. Too dehydrated.
Yeah, the big plot twist in FF4 is that Cecil's an alien. You're like, man, why is he so good at everything? Oh, he's an alien. Okay.
Stand up. Bust a shot in the air for you niggas. Since little kids, some of us did chill. We got older and colder. Now, on each other we plot to kill. So many lives put under. Some backstab where the police cut deals. Niggas scream they gotta eat and I'm the meal. They eat my flesh and drink my blood. They just shoot me out and rat me out. Help lock me up and pat me down. Put me in the system, beat me down. So I beat the system, how you like me now? Peep how I diss these punk ass clowns. Loopholes in the law, I'ma hit the town. Take off my state greens, put on my crown. Show my competition, I don't fuck around. And there's no competition, pound for pound. And where they hang out is the burial ground. But if I have my way, bodies won't be found. Deep in the woods, no one hears a sound. Cricket, flash from the muzzle as I click it. Jet blue steel, one-way ticket. Grim Reaper gets so wicked, kick it. To my brothers trapped in the streets, one more time. I send my love, stand up. And to my thugs that died at war, through slugs, I send my love. Let's go. To the women that's on their grind all the time, Manhattan, my love. New York City, it's hard to find. So here we come.
Thrill me at all. So tell me why shouldn't it be true? I get a kick out of brew. There's only one beer left. Rappers screaming all in our ears like we're deaf. Tempt me, do a number on a label. Beat up all the MCs and drink them under the table like it's on me. Put it on my tab, kid, however you get there. Foot it, cab it, iron horse it. You leave it on your face, forfeit. Across the mic, hold it like the heat, he might toss it. Told her, tell him they stole it. He told her he lost it. She told him get off it and a bunch of other more shit. Getting money, DTs be getting no new leads. It's like he eating watermelon, stay spitting new seeds. It's the weed, give me some of what he drooping off. Soon as he wake up, choking like it was whooping cough. They grouping soft. First hour at the open bar and they trooping off. He went to go laugh and get some head by the side road. She asked him autograph her derriere red to wide load. This yard bird tastes like fried toad. Turn love villain. Take pride in cold words. Crooked eye.
My story at the moment is following an indestructible little girl that sells rare crow skulls and a wizard with his archer apprentice, teaching him how to make gold golems. Okay.
Squeeze a thigh. Maybe give her curves a feel the same way she feel it when he flow with nerves of steel.
Are those the player characters?
Some black plumbing fix. How is only one left? The pack coming 6. Whatever happened to 2 and 3? A herb tried to slide with 4 and 5 and got caught. Like what you doing, G? Don't make them have to get cutting like truancy. Matter of fact, not for nothing. Right now, you and me. God damn it. Super motherfucking villain, God damn it.
Immediately, my mind. Well, let me see. Let me see if they're the player characters or not. Alright, so initially, if you have an NPC who's making gold golems, my initial thought for an easy dungeon, like a no-brainer, would be, where do you get enough gold to make a golem? So immediately it's robbing some kind of treasury, stealing some kind of dragon hoard, or doing a heist in a dwarven mine to steal all their gold. Or going to like a dead dwarven city that got annihilated by something like a Balrog, because supposedly there's still a forge there full of gold from when the city died. Or going and finding like a pirate shipwreck that had treasure on it. Like, where do you get enough gold to make a gold golem? That would be like the immediate no-brainer quest that I would wonder.
It goes pure scientific intelligence with 1 point of relevance. MCs who styles need elements, and once the smoke clears elements, the super motherfucking villain nigga came through raw like the elements. On 99 plus one of them, and with a flow to pull a fraud nigga foul from out in front of him. When we with y'all,
Or if you want to get really weird, you could lean into like medieval alchemy and like, how are we ever going to get enough gold? We have to transmute something into gold. That's the only way we can get enough of it, so we gotta learn how to do alchemy and go to this ancient destroyed city to uncover the secrets of transmutation or something. Or, you know, the people that lived on the moon knew how to transmute materials. Maybe we gotta go there. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe the only weakness of gold is that it melts easily, so gold golems can be molten super fast if someone has a mage that can fireball them. But maybe because there's no atmosphere on the moon, the gold on the moon is like, just make some dumb magic reason, like it's treated by the solar energy of the sun. Like moon gold can't be melted because it's been like tempered. Yeah, solarly tempered gold. There you go. Or, yeah, I don't know. Or alchemy, or, yeah. Just think of a reason why that gold is the gold they need.
Curse words doom the worst church nerd first heard. Appeared blurred to 1 million true believers. Here's the supervillain arms dealer to the divas. Catch amongst underworld scandals. Butter pearl handles to match your girl's sandals. Plan was hatched by a pack of old vandals. Whose flag was a black and gold patch with bloody anvils. Hit him to the head was the
It's all good, man. You still gotta make a lot of them.
Dead Blocko. When you throw blows in a knife fight, Paco. It's how it goes in this modern life like Rocco. Clock go, 24/7 cycle. When it comes to flows, he got more than a mic full. Pull abroad like a dyke bull on a long bid. Messing with the wrong kid, Michael.
Maybe the gold on the moon is special because you can reach temperatures to temper the gold on the moon that you can't reach on our planet, because if you tried to do it, it would do what the atom bombs they thought would do and ignite the atmosphere. Because the moon doesn't have an atmosphere, you can do magical things to the gold at temperatures impossible on the planet.
Hip-hop sci-fi, you can see had the eye of the tiger through the mask like the Fry Guy. Just made a baby Olmec dome check, left some folks' ancestors home wrecked with blown backs. These lesser known facts thwart evil. They got no reason, like short people.
Maybe to reach those temperatures they utilized a space dragon, whose breath is actual like sun plasma. It's not even fire. There you go. I don't know. We're coming up with it. We're coming up with campaign ideas.
Listerine, green, jar, sick, clean, jalapeno, Emma, thick queen, mama mia, Roz, jalapeno peppers, quick, mean, large, brick scene, mirage ours, quick, mean cars, strict Dina law, make you porter, check your clock, shock aqua, concoct the potion, blue line lotion, call it aqua, talk you on watch, sure ox, a lot, turicot, for the roll, and extort them up. Here you go, ma, you fool, that's Coco Mango, she let her hang on her man, said
The only way I would tie in the crow skulls, so you've got a couple elements. You've got ancient society, you've got the moon and you've got gold. And bringing in a bird skull, maybe theme the city on Aztecs and Mayans, so there's like a lot of bird gods. Maybe have the girl think she's finding crow skulls in the city, but have them actually be like skulls of weird ancient deities, like a Quetzalcoatl or something. Maybe she thinks they're crows because of the murals. They look like bird people, like Tengu, but they're actually like some weird creature that the people there worshipped, or they were the people. Bring in some kind of bird element.
Yeah, we on fire. We gotta call the fire department. Let's go. Yo.
I don't know why people try to be loud when they not. I gotta love they spot, so I fly to not.
Yo, I know you like that. You like that. Yeah. Here's an E true Hollywood.
Well, that's what I'm saying with the golds. Like, I'm trying to find something with crows that fits naturally with the themes of the moon and golds. And Aztec and Mayan seems to be or ancient Egypt. There's a lot of bird gods in ancient Egypt and a lot of gold in ancient Egypt. But yeah. Maybe in the lore they assumed that the winged people, that's why they were on the moon, they could fly to the moon. Weird murals of things like Isis. Like weird ladies with big wings and things.
Trying to fight the enemy without sight. They in the dark, swinging right to left, clinging to the little bit of light left. Can't escape the room, you can't escape the tomb. You won't wear a mask sometimes. I can't relate to doom. To make the whole world earthquake, shake and move. To be create a mood, I eat your whole plate of food. You can't come close like an order of protection. To distance myself from the pack.
You could have it be a plot twist where the other thing that Mayans and Aztecs and Egyptians did was build cities for their dead, like big necropolises underground. So like you could have the legend be that there's like a moon city and go there, and have the legend be that all the people there, maybe it's like a mistranslation throughout time that like all the citizens of the city died, but maybe when they get a little too deep into the city they realize that it's not that all the citizens died, it's that the city was built to be a city of the dead. Like they could be in like the Egyptian land of the dead. You could theme the dungeon on the Book of the Dead with the trials, with the judgment at the end if you wanted to. But yeah, you could have the city actually be a city for the dead, with like weird, tomb guardians and things. Because they buried them with all their treasure, thinking that they would wake up and, bring all of it with them.
He cleaned his mask with a shoe mitt and a little bit of her blue spit. She told him, "You so stupid." Wiped it off, got dressed and left. Everybody instigating, not just the ref. We could shoot the fire.
If you wanted to do a double tie-in, if you've ever seen a movie called Jeremiah Johnson, there's a great scene where they have to go help some people, and some frontier people hire Jeremiah to be their guide. And there's a long route to get to the people and a short route. The long route would take too long and the people they're trying to help would die. And the short route crosses through a Native American tribe called the Crow. It crosses through their sacred burial grounds. And Jeremiah Johnson tells them, if we cross through these burial grounds and the Crow find out that we did this, they're all going to come after us and kill us. And they're like, we can take them. And they don't listen to Jeremiah Johnson, and they go through the burial grounds of the Crow Indians. And then all the Crow come out of the mountains, and they come down to murder all of them. So maybe when they go to the city, thinking it was a city where the citizens died, what they're actually doing is going into a burial ground of this weird bird species, alien type thing. And then when they set foot there, it awakens all of the sleeping, denizens of that civilization to come kill them. Maybe they're like trespassing on a holy burial site, and the longer you're there, the higher the risk that they're gonna find you. Or if you want to get really weird, find skeletons that look like birds, but actually it's like dinosaurs. You know, it's a related species. Oh, look at all these bird skulls. And then it's like weird velociraptors. Weird, horrifying, homunculus velociraptor people or something. I'll be back in just a minute, chat.
Actual fact, relax. In this land of lyrical lost black, I'm not the cool sleek stack. The one who might stop and talk to you. Poison to few. Niggas who be biting styles, I'm like pork too. Ooh, what you got to lose? Let mud fly. When I got blues, I two whole crews that's butt dry. So I ask why. The stars from the set shit be fucking with my eye as I pull it to the chest. A super motherfucking villain grip the mic with an iron hand. Throwing them seeds to the fire from out the frying pan. It ain't no use in trying, man. Son, stop crying. Frontin' like you deaf to find. Need to stop lying. Speak your piece. Only once you're spoken to first. Now let me hear your verse while I'm choking you with well refined rhymes like an editor. Throw them to my collections of skulls and spines like Predator. Fuck around. The only niggas who can hear the same sound was Jet Jaguar and James Brown. Yeah, only and I'm glad I took the time to write their names down just to big them up. I like to say hi. It's Sci-Fly, the odd Merlin. That's quick to whip up a script like Rod Serling. Who I on bad bitch who used to whip the Sterling. Who see God Toba, never see God Erlin. My man Grimm had his little monkey like Space Ghost. Me, myself, I got flavors that I'll taste most. With numb gum, some rhymes is late toast. Back to you, MF Doom, you late show host. S to the U to the P-E-R-A. Who chronicle these times in a 3D horror. Thriller Pono, co-starrer in a real drama. Who break bread with stingy kinmen, Indian borrower. Lone gunman who candidly flip fly flows. Single-handedly with one eye closed. In a fly pose. No shirt, a lay, may. See me stack a quarter mil cash.
Imagine smoking weed in the street without cops harassing. Imagine going to court with no trial. Lifestyle cruising blue Bahama waters. No welfare supporters. More conscious of the way we raise our daughters. Days are shorter, nights are colder. Feeling like life is over. These snakes strike like a cobra. The world's hot, my son got knocked. Evidently, it's elementary. They want us all gone eventually. Trooping out of state for a plate. Knowledge, if coke was cooked without the garbage, we'd all have the top dollars. Imagine everybody flashing. Fashion, designer clothes. Lacing your click up with diamond rolls. Your people's holding dough, no parole, no rubbers. Going raw, imagine law with no undercovers. Just some thoughts for the mind. I take a glimpse into time, watch the blimp read, the world is mine.
If I rule the world,
imagine that.
I free all my sons. I love them, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be, if you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
still living for today, in these last days. Nowhere to be, paradise life relaxing. Black, Latino, and Anglo-Saxon. Saxon. Amani exchanged the range. Cash, lost private Shabazz. Free at last, brand new whips to crash. Then we laugh in the illa path. The villa houses for the crew, how we do. Trees for breakfast. Dime sexes have been stretches. So many years of depression make me vision the better living. Type of place to raise kids in. Opening eyes to the lies. History's told foul, but I'm as wise as the old owl. Plus the gold child, seeing things like I was controlling. Click rolling. Tricking 6 digits on kicks and still holding. Trips to Paris, I civilize every savage. Give me one shot, I turn tripe life to lavish. Political prisoner set free, stress free. No work release, purple M3s and jet skis. Feel the wind breeze in West Indies. I link Coretta Scott King, mayor of the cities, and reverse beans to Willies. It sound foul, but every girl I meet to go downtown. I'd open every cell in Attica, send them to Africa.
If I rule the world,
imagine that.
I free all my sons. I love them, baby. Black diamonds and pearls.
Could it be? If you could be mine, we both shine.
If I rule the world,
still living for today. Almost last days.
Yo, player hater, my team a bunch of regulator. Set you up, you won't make it to the elevator. You never been to jail, I'm jail scene. Niggas seen me in jail since 13, shooting up scene. Real niggas take cream. This chick I politic with, caught with brick. Sally Dash with Rosie Perez, coke between her legs. Kept it tight like Meg, invest cheddar. Big ass for Armageddon, seeing bread in. Clouds look like coke in heaven. I'm wondering if I can stop hustling. General, Noriega form government. Controlman, lawyerman like Parliament. I'm all today, stay in bed all day. Put the lie out in your mug like ashtray. Spanish Harlem, we say Dawn Warning. San Juan, Jose Luis perform. Half Puerto Rican, half black. Smoke gel up, my beat to sell ya. In PR, call you on Sawyer, 2-5 staff. Keep ticks and bubble bath, mighty gone. Bato, got Capone, mighty gone. Bato, got Capone, word up, son. Check the fact though, word up. Lace that though.
I hold the mic like niggas hold a girl tight, but I ain't after her, probably your accurate pearl white. The hooker now, as many times as I done hit it. Inside of mine, more times than dimes up in the British. See when you broke off, I crashed the barbecue like Riddick at the garden. Ooh, that's the garden me, pardon you. Jeepers, I was told back, your Hogan access to my beeper. Call back my secretary gatekeeper, like I ain't people. I said, darling, you was stupid though. You know the super villain like Skylar Rock and Super Ho. I had this style ever since I was a child. I got this other style that I ain't flipped in a while ago. Pure scientific intelligence with a point of relevance. MCs, y'all styles need some elements. And once the smoke clear telements, the super motherfucking villain nigga came through raw like the elements. On 99 plus one of them, plus with a flow to pull a fraud nigga foul from out in front of them. When we with y'all, we have tons of fun. Me and my duns in them. Actual fact, true living sons of them. Weak cipher and guard you. I throw in the born love too. Come through, we might just overcharge you. And I won't feel remorse for shit, except for once when I had took my front side and lost it.
What good is melody? What good is music? If it ain't possessing something sweet, What good is melody? What good is what good is melody? What good is music? What good is melody? What good is music? If it ain't possessing something sweet, if it ain't possessing
these nuts said please squeeze us. He told them hold up after the punchline. Single file rappers with dull rhymes and ugly shines. In the ring with the frizzy bearded grizzly bear. He win the thing with an exquisite rear dizzy stare. Give me here, I'll show you how to do it right. When he put the mask on, he screwed tight and stupid like. True story, you could ask.
Uncle No, I didn't know that was you. Everybody. He said, what good is melody? What good is music? If it ain't possessing something sweet, 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 sweet. It ain't the melody. It ain't the music. If it ain't possessing something sweet, 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 sweet.
Dreams, the heat beam is like a laser level. Aim it till it's straighten out, do your best to graze a devil. Bass and treble peak and make sure they even. Be faking more and he break a jaw and teeth in.
Wow,
Leaving,
we're back.
no time for weeping and grieving, deep in breathing. Keeping on believing it don't matter. Owning on the data. In the zone, zoning, owning microphone.
Oh,
batter,
boy.
Swing, that's the thing he's known better for. Worse than the casualties in the metaphor wars. Forget your applause, bet, pause. Answer me these questions 3 to get across. Who's the boss? What size is them shoes of yours? We the wrong crew to cross. True or false? Don't look at him, ask.
Uncle No, I didn't know that was you.
Hello?
Hey.
What up? You called right when I stepped away.
Yeah, where'd you go?
The bathroom.
You know
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, dude. You see all this coffee I'm drinking? I gotta piss, man.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. What's up?
Nothing, just working on stuff.
Great. Yeah, I'm streaming for a few more hours, then I gotta go to the gym.
Okay.
I watched all of Shogun last night.
Oh, yeah?
It was very good, other than the main character, who you specifically will hate. I know for a fact. You're gonna like everything in the show, except that one thing.
Okay.
But he's not.
Don't spoil nothing.
I'll spoil what you're gonna hate about him. That's that
Okay.
He sounds like Geralt.
Okay.
Everyone's like beautiful sets and amazing costumes and wonderful, super well written political intrigue plot, like really high budget, really great. And then he's like, these barbarian fuckers don't know shit about what shitty men like I do on my shitty fucking ship. And I'm like, all right, dude. Can we let's go back let's go back to the other 20 characters. Luckily they play it down as it goes, because it's like it's like the Last Samurai thing of like he starts to become more like them and he's not. I think they play it up to show how like make the differences more extreme, but it's pretty cringe. But other than that, you're gonna love it. You just gotta ignore that one thing. But yeah.
Well,
I couldn't believe how many
I'm
times.
glad that it's not. I mean, I'm glad that it's just one thing.
It's just that. There's nothing else in the show that's bad that I could find. Everything else was great. Ending was super good. The last 2 episodes are like unbelievable. It's one of those things where I was like, I'm gonna watch this, and then I was like, yeah, I'll watch a few episodes. And then I get to like episode 5, and I was like, I just have to finish this. Like I just gotta know. It's gotta know where this is going. This is great. But yeah. Yeah, it was really, really good. Crazy performances too. All the actors except for the main guy are like phenomenal. But yeah. Ugh.
Sorry, my thing tweaked on me.
I'm probably gonna try watching Blue Eye Samurai tonight before bed.
Oh, so good.
I'm caught up with Delicious in Dungeon. I watched all of that now. And I just gotta, yeah. I still haven't seen Everything Everywhere All at Once either.
Want to hear a Mimi Goblin song?
A Mimi Goblin song? Like one that you wrote?
Yeah, made one for you.
Let's hear it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote another one.
You gonna send me an Udio
If anybody
link?
doesn't know, hey, listen. Yes, I am.
Yeah.
Listen, for anybody who doesn't know, AI should strictly
Hearing it the way it should sound might be hilarious.
Oh, that's weird. Getting like weird. Let me open up my actual Discord.
Sure.
For some reason, that's not really working for me.
Sure.
I can like hear you, but I was like, meow, 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 meow.
Cool. I love those words. Good. Great.
Hey,
What up?
hopefully this works better.
Yeah, hope so.
Here's that. You're gonna like it.
Oh boy. It's a goblin.
I just
song.
wrote this and then started working.
Nice. Just
You're gonna love it.
threw out a hit. Did you hear Drake's response to being called a pedophile?
Oh yeah.
I'm too
That's so
too
good.
Too famous to be a pedophile.
Yeah.
They would have caught me by now. Unbelievable.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's
Good
take a look.
defense.
Big Goblin by Dipshit. There's a monster in the woods. No good. Yeah, let's hear it.
When you're a big goddamn goblin like me. Well, you're just another monster. Another big dumb fucking monster. Let's go. Monster.
Fucking monster.
When it's cold, I sweater. When it's hot, I'm better. I fuck my ghoulish face, shit on my fucking face.
Knew you'd like
my
it.
hands are green, yes, my grin is mean. Hell yes, I'll eat, from your hands to your feet. I'll eat, eat your ass in your seat. Suck my goblin dick. That's right, eat my goddamn goblin. Shit, you prick. See me shake my touche in my cave, you better. I fucking shoosh my goblin slave. I'll shake my little goblin, cock your fucking face. Fuck my ghoulish face. Shit on my fucking face. See you in the woods, see you in the woods, see you in the fucking goblin woods. You fucking I'll eat.
Yeah.
From your hands to your feet.
This is my favorite part. The I'll eat from your hands to your feet.
Eat your ass in your seat. I'll eat from your hands to your feet. I'll eat your ass in your seat.
Reaction to that is how disappointed I am that we can't make an album to release with the third Steve book because it would use AI and we'd get
That we
canceled.
can't what?
We can't make an album of songs like that to release with the third Steve book because it's AI and we'd get canceled. But that would be incredible.
We could remake it.
I mean, I guess, yeah. Could do impressions of those
really wanted
vocalists.
to.
But man, that's
Yeah.
great. That was very good.
Thanks.
You're a really good You're really good prompter.
Thanks, dude.
It's good.
That's me.
It's the one use case
I'm just a
scenario.
prompter.
It's the one use case scenario where the AI is better than the real thing because like the only person writing goblin songs is like Mortis, and like this is better than Mortis.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not hard to be better than Mortis.
No.
It's
In
pretty
terms
good.
like, I like I think I like this version of AI a little bit better because of how much input you have. Like, like that. I feel like there's so much random stuff to the other ones, but in terms of like it being a sketch for a final thing,
I mean,
you know what I mean? Like this one, you write the words and like it, you know, it doesn't just make stuff up, which is cool.
I feel like
But
yeah.
I would,
Go
yeah,
ahead.
it would be like one of those things where like I would never, ever, obviously, you would never use anything like this. But as far as like, oh, okay, that's what it would sound like, and then you do it.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like I agree with that, but that's only because I'm not a musician. I feel like musicians would say the same thing we say.
Of course.
Would say the same thing we say about art generators.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's still great.
Absolutely. I mean, it's more that it just follows your pretty strict line, so you can write like it's one of those things where it's like I would never make that.
Well, yeah, we're making fun of it.
Would.
Yeah, we're making fun of it. Like we said before all this, like the only ethical use of AI is making it a joke.
It's a meme.
It's a meme. Yeah, I agree. That's very good.
Yeah.
Did you tell it to sound British?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I was wondering. I was like,
yeah, you change like you can change like pretty much everything about it, like the vocalists and stuff.
Just for sure. It's great. It's excellent.
I was just like, I literally just wrote the lyrics and like pretty much as one go this morning.
That's the goblin.
Started working, and I just was waiting for it to generate.
Yeah, that's fantastic. How long does it take to generate typically?
Like a minute.
Oh, okay. Wonder how many monster songs.
Absurd.
Wonder how many monster songs we could write in a day if we were both writing lyrics together nonstop. Hundreds.
You could make like 1,000 bad goblin songs.
Oh, that's
monster
great.
songs.
That's a great name for an album too. 1,000 bad goblin songs, and actually have 1,000 bad goblin songs. Be very good.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, that's good. I'm glad that's what you did today.
It's very fun.
Yeah. Really, really glad.
Yeah, that's not what I did today.
It's the most. it's the most important thing you did today. It's the one I'm gonna remember the most.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. Yeah, it's great.
I get what you're saying. It's so funny.
They tried to make
it's really just for you.
They tried to make a joke on the highway with the street signs on the 4th that said only a Sith pollutes. And I'm like, you're trying to do the only a Sith deals in absolutes, but you couldn't find enough words to use pollute. It's like, I get what you're doing, but I don't know. I didn't like it. Like, it's too much of a stretch.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, I was like, that doesn't, But then again, I guess if you're the guy programming street signs, it's probably the funniest thing you've ever done because you're the guy that programs street signs. So,
What would you write?
I don't know. You have 4 words? Those things don't have a lot of space. And it has to be a Star Wars pun?
Yeah.
Oof, boy. Oh, God. Is there anything with the trash compactor? Does Jabba the Hutt say something about trash
something
to
with
Han Solo?
Yeah, if it has to be pollution related, that's specific. Because I was thinking you could easily do the high road stuff.
Well, I mean, if it doesn't have to be pollution, what I would do is when you're driving into Boston, I'd say, Boston, you'll never find a more wretched hive of scum and villainy. That's the most obvious one.
Well, I mean, about the roads, if you could find something about. I'm just trying to get you an in. So
I don't know.
And you could be that guy. You could take his job.
I don't want to be him though.
When his family out of town.
I don't want that life.
You don't?
Maybe I'll have it say, "Don't speed, you're no good to me, dead," and then in parentheses, Boba Fett. Because no one will get it. Boba Fett. Just a whisper. It's Boba Fett. I'm talking about Boba Fett. Maybe the statistics on how many people die from drunk driving on Cinco de Mayo and then never tell me the odds.
One.
About pollution, though? Jeez. I don't know, something where it's just a bunch of junk. One of those Luke lines. I don't know. I don't know. The Jawas have enough junk. Don't pollute. Maybe just a Java line, but in Japanese. Isawe no tomo pollution. Yeah. I don't know. I don't want this job.
I think you're coming back to. I would love it if you got that job and then you just posted the same exact thing he did.
Yeah.
Only a Sith.
Oh, doesn't Leia say something about then we just float away with the rest of the trash?
I think so.
Yeah, when they're attached to the back of the Star Destroyer. Listen. Maybe what he wrote was better than I gave it credit for. I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know.
There you go, Johnny. Johnny said only a Sith litters and pollutes.
You need something with deals. It's deals in absolutes. It's still not enough. Litters and pollutes.
I know.
Yeah. It's tough, man. Anyway, what's going on?
No, nothing. Just drawing some Blizz stuff.
I knew about, obviously I've heard people say the May the 4th be with you thing. I never heard Revenge of the 5th until this year. I didn't like it. I didn't like it at all.
I don't like that either.
Yeah. I didn't like it when I heard it. But I did hear it. Had my first ever margarita.
Really?
Yeah, I just never had a margarita before. Somebody was like, "You want one?" I was like, "Yeah, I guess." Then they were like, "Dan, don't you think you've had enough margaritas?" And I was like, "It's the first time I've ever had them, man. I gotta make up for lost time. Give me another one."
So you liked it?
I thought it was good, yeah.
Yeah. Did you get like a salted rim and all that shit?
Only one of them was salted. After that, I was just like, just give me the good stuff.
You don't like the salt?
It was okay. You take it or leave it. Oh,
wild.
It was all right.
I'm not a big margarita guy. If I have to have something like that, I'm doing a Paloma. Paloma's good.
Never had a Paloma either. I usually
Paloma's
just
the
do
good stuff.
I usually just do straight up alcohol or alcohol mixed with like one thing, like a gin and tonic or like a cranberry vodka. I don't do a lot of like mixed drinks.
Yeah.
But someday when I give up on life, I'll go to a Chinese restaurant and order one of every fun drink on the back of the menu. And I'll try all those. Then if I'm going to sing karaoke before I kill myself, it wouldn't be Hotel California. No, I gotta choose something way lamer than
It's just
that.
the worst one.
No, it's not the worst. What do you mean the
It's
worst
pretty
one?
lame.
It's pretty lame. It's not the worst one. I could sing Running Down the Drain or whatever the fuck that song is. I could sing anything by Tom Petty. I could sing anything by Bob Seger. Is a great I'm Gonna Kill Myself. Yeah, my dog's having a dream. You guys might hear it. You hear her?
Mm-hmm.
Anything by Bob Seger, like Down on Main Street, Hammered. And then Kill Myself. That'd be great. Anything by Steely Dan.
Would you do America?
What do you mean, Horse with No Name, or the Simon and Garfunkel song, or which America?
I'm trying to think of those classics. Those classic bands that aren't really hitting.
Oh,
they're not,
okay.
Like the best.
So Horse with No Name. Yeah, I could do that. What's the classic rock band with the least amount of hits besides Don't Fear the Reaper? Yeah.
Boston is one of those ones where it's like
Boston's got two.
More Than a Feeling was like the biggest one.
Yeah.
And then they kind of have some other ones. But not really.
Higher Power wasn't even a hit, was it? It was just a better song than most of their songs. I don't think anyone knows that.
Yeah, nobody knows Higher Power.
Yeah. Yeah, More Than a Feeling, and then I guess that other song about being from Boston that I can't even remember the name of, where they're just singing about being a band. I fucking hate those songs so much.
Me
They're just
too. Rio Speedwagon's one of those bands that just has a ton of songs and not a ton of hits.
Is it Rio or REO?
Aria. It's Aria.
Okay. Yeah, I
And
don't.
then there's,
Wait,
like-
what is an REO Speedwagon song?
Aria Speedwagon. They got like.
Okay, yeah,
and you
yeah,
can
yeah,
go
yeah.
wherever you want from there.
For a minute, I couldn't think of anything they wrote. I was like, wait a second. Toto by Africa. Yeah, did Africa have any other songs?
Did Africa?
Yeah.
Yeah, they had a couple good ones.
I mean, Toto. Africa's the song.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know what you meant.
I was reading chat, sorry. Yeah, Toto had other songs. They had the entire Dune
Yeah,
soundtrack.
Hold the Line.
The entire Dune soundtrack is by Toto.
Did they do the whole Dune soundtrack?
Yeah, dude. The fucking David Lynch one? Yes, they did.
Oh, okay. I was actually thinking of Asia, because Asia is one of those bands that has like Heat of the Moment is like really the only one.
I don't think people
and
even
then
remember
only
Asia.
time will tell. Only Time Will Tell was just in like Metal Gear.
Dude, I forgot that Asia was even a band. Like, so yeah. What about Genesis?
That's where my mind went when you said Africa.
I feel like Genesis has songs, but I only know because Genesis was like it's hugely influential. But like, what are their other hits?
I don't know.
Actually, what is a Genesis hit? What is a Genesis hit? Because the one I'm thinking of isn't even Genesis. It's just Phil Collins. Well, maybe Genesis chat.
I'm looking.
What?
No.
The fuck was that? Hold on, I gotta go make sure something didn't
What?
I gotta go make sure something just didn't explode in my house. Hold on. That was a weird
Okay.
sound. I don't know if chat heard that. That was a weird sound. I'll be right back.
Okay. Did you guys hear that? I didn't hear anything. Sounded like a vacuum cleaner. I wonder what that was.
Sounded like a vacuum cleaner and then like something flushing forcefully.
What music AI tool am I memeing with? That like Udio, like UDIO. I'm pretty sure that's what it is. I just saw somebody post about it on TikTok, and I was just wanted to write something funny. What?
You there? I'm just trying to figure out
Yeah.
if anyone's like here. Like that was so weird. I don't know what that was. It sounded like a vacuum cleaner sucking something, and then it sounded like a ton of water getting like forcefully flushed, but it was like in the wall.
Maybe it was the toilet.
It wasn't the toilet. It was like I'm wondering if maybe it was the mini splits. Like maybe something's clogged up in the AC. I don't know. That was really weird. Anyway.
Yeah, that's weird.
I was wondering if like Eddie was here working on them and just didn't tell me. But no, it's not that.
I like how it's a possibility that people could just walk into your house.
I mean, if he's fixing the AC, sure, but I don't know. I don't have anything scheduled. Well, anyway.
Well, hopefully shit doesn't collapse.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Anyway, Genesis.
Yeah, you could do that.
You could do that. What about the monkeys?
Yeah,
They get anything besides "Hey, we're the monkeys"?
I mean, if they do, you're singing it.
Does Sonny and Cher have anything besides "Got You, Babe"?
I don't know.
I know Cher does, and I know Sonny does.
Of course.
Sonny barely does, though.
You remember that like era? Like it's funny that you had to have been a kid, like when we were kids, right around that time, because there was still this strange like transitional period between like really old television and new television.
Oh, like TV land.
So it's like you knew everything about the monkeys, and like you knew like Lost in Space and like all of that shit. Like
was all
it's
the
crazy
shows
how much crossover that we had.
It was all the shows that our parents grew up with when they were kids in like the 60s. All those things were
Like it was still on. Like
Yeah.
that was so weird. Like I watched Three's Company. I
mean,
watched like
on the weekend my
I don't know.
mom would watch the original Star Trek like pretty regularly.
Yeah,
And, like,
isn't that weird?
Yeah, it's super weird.
Because they don't like I don't think there's anything like that now. It's not like it's not like they promote like super old shows.
I mean, I can make you feel
Swiss Family Robinson.
I can ruin your life right now.
What?
I think Friends came out as far away from now as Lost in Space came out in 1990.
Really?
About 30 years. Friends was late 90s.
Gee. When did it premiere? 94.
Yeah, dude. It's been 30 years since Friends. So if we were kids in 1991, 1961 is as far away from when we were kids as Friends is from today.
That's true.
And everybody still airs Friends. It's constantly on.
No, it wasn't that though, because I wasn't like a little kid watching Lost in Space.
Mm-hmm.
I was like maybe like 13 or something.
Oh, Friends will still be on in 10 years. Absolutely.
No, but I'm saying like, just yeah, it wasn't 30 years before.
I get
It
you.
was like 40 or so, something like that.
I mean, the original,
'cause
like...
Lost in Space came out in 65.
On Sunday morning when I was a kid, up until like 10, I would watch like The Munsters on Sunday morning. Like that was still on.
Yeah.
That was like even earlier than Lost in Space, I think. That was like black and white.
1964
Yeah.
was the first episode, so not far off.
Yeah.
Just a year.
That was crazy when I saw like that Space Ghost was 30 years old. I was like, really? Space Ghost premiered in the 90s? For some reason all the Adult Swim stuff in my head is like 2001. I forgot that I forgot that Cartoon Network was around for like a whole decade before that, building up steam.
Well, it's crazy to think like, I think when I think of those shows, it's just interesting because back then, like the reason I was bringing that up was like there really weren't that many like shows.
Yeah.
There just weren't that many shows that were good. It didn't exist. So you just had all these weird holdovers from like the past. And now there's so many shows that like you'd never see that stuff. Like you only see like modern stuff.
It's funny
there's just
that
infinitely, releasing.
It's funny that back then there weren't that many shows, so you'd see a lot of stuff from the past, like you just said, but also now there's so many shows that people don't want to try new stuff. It's like sensory overload, so they still just watch shows from the past.
Yeah, it's too much. Like,
Very funny.
I feel like it's really interesting. Like you have to be a part of almost like specific clubs to see any of the things that are out now. Like like if you don't have, like I don't have Peacock. Like how the fuck am I going to see a Peacock show?
Did you see that YouTube just finally did the thing everyone's been talking about, where it's like we're just reinventing cable? Like YouTube finally just did it.
No, what'd they do?
Dude, a YouTube premium subscription for all the channels is $75 a month.
Really?
Yeah, dude. I tried to watch Shogun, and it was like it's available on YouTube Premium. And I clicked on it, and it was $75 a month, and it was like you get all these channels and ESPN and stuff, and it's just cable. And I was like, holy God, that's so much money. Like, and I don't think it includes HBO or anything. It's just like basic channels. $75 a month though, like that's crazy.
Yeah.
Luckily, Shogun was on fucking Hulu. Luckily,
I think Shogun's also on Disney.
Is it really?
I think so.
Oh, yeah,
I think
Disney
they have,
bought
like,
FX. Yeah, Disney bought FX, right. There's a weird like Venn diagram with Disney and Hulu where some gets one thing and some gets the other thing, even though they're all from FX, and I don't understand the breakdown. Like I don't think, is Always Sunny on Disney Plus or is it only on Hulu?
I don't know.
I'm pretty sure Disney doesn't have Always Sunny because I think they have like a weird brand thing where they don't want anything that's a certain kind of humor associated with it.
Yeah. It is weird that like you can miss out on the entirety of a thing.
Yeah.
Like I see like once that show like Louder Milk got like put on Netflix, it became popular, but it had been a series for like years on some random network.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Louder Milk?
Yeah.
I've never
It's just
even
like
heard of
shows
it.
like that just are it's so weird that there can be like little pockets where something is somewhat successful on like some random network.
Yeah.
And you just kind of like, I've never seen that. Like that's kind of how like Yellowstone is for me. Like I just don't have access to it, and I know it exists.
Yeah.
But like, how weird is that? Like it kind of reminds me of like the only thing I can really relate to that is like when people would talk about like HBO stuff when I was a kid.
Oh,
and I'd be
sure.
like, I don't have HBO.
When The Sopranos
and then like
first
the other
came
one
out.
was like, yeah, like that. And then also like the early days when Adult Swim wasn't like cable for us.
Yeah, it was
And,
hard
like,
to get.
Kind of just knew about it, but you never saw it.
Staying over a friend's house that had Toonami was crazy before everybody had Toonami, because like anime did not exist. Anime existed
Yeah.
at 3 a.m. on the Sci-Fi Channel, and that was it. You couldn't even buy it in stores.
But it's also that crazy thing that you know, people take for granted now that everybody talks about. It's just like once it was on and off, it's like it was gone.
Yeah.
Like they didn't repeat it all the time.
No.
It's like if you missed one episode of Dragon Ball Z, like,
dude,
you know, you didn't miss a ton unless it was one of like the crazy ones.
My grandmother, like, hanging up pages from TV Guide because a movie she really loved that you couldn't get anywhere was going to air on a specific day, and then she might never see it again because it wasn't available anywhere. What a weird time.
Yeah, it's just really strange. Like that, but that's kind of how I feel about all this stuff. It's like there's so many things.
Yeah.
And they're all over the place that I'll never see all of them. Like I'll never see like all the good stuff. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially on like those shows where they happen to get good like second season or something.
Mhm.
Like there's too much stuff that's good from the start that like I'll never watch that.
I know.
Like it's so weird. Like it makes me think like if we ever had a show or something, like I don't know, like you're never gonna have like at least it's so much harder to be like a South Park.
Yeah.
Where you come out and you're like the sole thing doing this. Like you're the only one, and you become like an anchor for like all culture stuff. Like that doesn't happen because so many people won't see it. Because it's going to be so isolated somewhere.
It's very, I don't know. Delicious in Dungeon gives me faith, but that's a weird scenario where I think it was already a hit in Japan and they just brought it over and put it on Netflix. Like Netflix.
But also I feel like anime in terms of, you know, like anime mixed with like a niche thing.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you're pretty good. Like
that's like
as long as
double
it's good
niche.
writing.
I'm just surprised that they picked it up because it's double niche. It's like anime is already a niche, even though it's growing. And this is like comedy anime, so it's a niche in a niche, and then it's comedy cooking anime. So it's like, it's so specific that it's like, oh man, they actually took a risk.
I don't even think that. I think like the anime stuff does so well that it's so much less of a risk.
Maybe
Like it's so much less of a risk to do anime. Like they just crush. It's like even like shitty anime crushes. Like as long as it has as long as it has like an arc or a story, like people are super forgiving of anime.
Maybe next time we go for selling a show, instead of saying we're adult animation, we should say that we're a monster themed anime and pitch it that way. Maybe we'll have a better time.
Just like we're anime adjacent.
Based on the manga Asativu Lichaman. I'll just get Tim Rogers to translate all of it for me again.
Sativa Lichaman.
Sativa-san. Yeah. When he like wrote it out phonetically, it's Sativa-san. I'm like, okay, cool. I'm gonna read this. Yeah, maybe we'd have more success if we were just like, no, we're in anime actually. Show them the fucking pages that look like Toriyama. No, actually, we're a hit anime. Made by the legendary mangaku Adevu Raposa. Odevu.
Yeah, I gotta get some real anime credits under the belt.
Yeah.
Just do some guest spots in like a manga somewhere.
Yeah, do it.
I know enough people.
Do one of the basketball ones. Man. You ever been at a party with somebody who starts talking about stuff that they shouldn't talk about, and you just sit there and you're just like, more of this?
Yeah.
That happened this weekend. My buddy who works at a government agency, I will not name, started talking about some R&D stuff they were doing, like secret, and he was like, it's gonna redefine physics. I'm like, what does that mean? And he's like, you know, when Raytheon made the microwave? And I'm like, I don't know that, but I know what you mean. And he's like, it's going to be a quantum leap similar to the day before the microwave and the day after the microwave. It's at least 20 years ahead of anything anyone's doing in physics. And I'm like, what is it? And he's like, I can't tell you, but think about the words I'm saying and you'll figure it out. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Like, what? You know what's crazy though?
What?
You saying that? Like, okay, I was watching the Secret podcast, Matt and
Yeah,
Shane's,
yeah.
and like they had on as a guest, like early on when nobody was watching.
Yeah.
They had on like a dude who was military, like ex-military guy,
Mhm.
and I can't remember his rank or exactly what he talked about, but like he hinted, like not even a little, like just a tiny bit about
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
And they immediately got like a cease and desist on that podcast, and it got
Mhm.
pulled, like without like anybody seeing it.
Yeah.
Like that's how crazy that is. Like
My friend
So-
might be listening to this. I'm not going to give any details because obviously I don't want anything to happen. But it's just
yeah,
I don't know.
like so if it is real and they just found out that like it leaked in some way, then
I don't know what the fuck. Like 20 years ahead of what anyone else in the world is doing with physics specifically. I don't know what that means. Like is that like fusion or fission? Like what in the realm of physics would be a breakthrough?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Sounds cool.
And also, when are they going to wheel it out? Because then I started thinking of the conspiracy that the government always has technology 20 years ahead, and they start to drip feed it slowly, but they hold on to the really advanced stuff. And I was like, oh man, what if that's true?
I mean, I'm sure to
Yeah.
some extent that's true. Like,
Yeah, probably.
I don't think they're like me, where like they do a drawing and the day like people got to see this right now. I got to post it.
Well, I'm just wondering, like, how long did people in the government have smartphones before we had smartphones? That's like the kind of thing I'm wondering. It's like that probably was a thing that like the president had for like, or some version of it, like a phone that was connected to the internet before everybody had it. I'm assuming that was the thing that they had that they didn't, give to everybody.
Well, like military personnel being able to talk to each other, like
Yeah.
far away.
Yeah. Original internet on college campuses and bases. But yeah, I've just been wondering, like, what does that mean? 20 years ahead of physics.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I don't think that's that weird. That's sort of that thing of everybody talking about the UFOs, where it just kind of gets mixed up, where it's
Right.
like, is it a UFO or is it just something you don't know about yet? Is it like a
He was telling
whatever
me
project?
He was describing a feeling to me that sounds like hell, where he's trying to leave, but he's having a hard time leaving because they kind of won't let him. Because and the reason he wants to leave is because I guess he came up with like a breakthrough solution to a problem they were having, and it ended up saving them like $6 billion when he found a solution to this problem, and he didn't get any kind of compensation for his work on it because he's just kind of like a cog there. There isn't like a royalty on your innovation. You're just part of the team. And he just kind of had this like horrible feeling of like, oh my God, I could be doing so much better elsewhere if I actually owned these ideas, but because I'm here, I don't own them. And I'm like, I can't even imagine like coming up with a solution to a problem for a government agency that saves them literally billions and getting like nothing for it. That sounds wild.
Yeah, that stinks.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got to be pretty loyal to still get excited about like contributing after
Yeah,
that.
that's a lot. There's a lot of places here that do government work where people aren't allowed, like they just say, I work at this place, and like they can't tell you anything. There's a lot of those in Massachusetts. I don't know why.
Yeah, same here though. There's like a bunch in Colorado.
I guess it's because, I mean, we're on the ocean, so it makes sense because military bases are going to be there. And Colorado makes sense because Colorado is where everybody's going to go if the nukes go off. That's like where the big bunker is to like hold stuff. So there's probably a ton of military there too. That's why like Colorado's always the setting in like dystopian books of like where the remnants of the government go, because it's the most like inland area.
Yeah, like there's a bunch of places out here in the mountains and stuff, and like near the foothills.
Yeah.
A bunch of those kind of places are over here.
There's that fun conspiracy that there's a secret base under the airport with enough, capacity to let people live down there for like 100 years.
Yeah. Also that it's satanic.
Oh, that part's great too, yeah. I just can't stop thinking about that Drake thing. It's so funny. I'm too famous to be a pedophile. It's so funny to me.
Yeah, it's like, what do you mean? Like, what about Epstein?
I know. It's literally what I said earlier.
I mean,
Also,
like the whole thing with that is that, like, I think the actual problem is once you have a ton of power, then you get offered all kinds of wild shit.
well, it's also like the logic he used of like, they would have caught me by now has the same feeling of a husband being like, babe, I couldn't cheat on you. I showed you my phone. I'm so transparent with you, babe. What do you, how could I even do, he's not saying I didn't cheat. He's just going, how could I even do that? How could I even cheat though? Like, just say you didn't. I'm just saying, how could I even?
That's like that thing from Step Brothers, where he plays the drums and he goes, you know how fucking crazy you sound right now?
Yeah.
You sound fucking nuts. Like, don't. It's like literally that.
Yeah, it's just amazing to me. I don't know. I don't know how you release that. I mean, Drake does have that weird, like, I got beat up a lot in high school vibe.
Yeah. It's so, I mean, it's crazy. Like, I couldn't imagine being, like, trying to protect your image and having Kendrick Lamar do everything he did.
I'm trying to think of...
You just lost so bad. It's so funny.
I'm trying to think of what specifically it reminds me of. It reminds me of something someone made fun of a kid in school for. And the kid was like, why would I even do that, though? My parents are rich. And it's like, that doesn't stop you from doing that thing. Like, the fuck was it? It was such a funny response.
Yeah.
I think he was like...
I don't know.
I think he was like going through trash. He was like dumpster diving and like people saw him doing it and everybody was making fun of him. He's like, why do you even do that? My parents are rich. And it's like, dude, you were doing it though. Like maybe you're just into it. Oh, it reminds me. That's what it is. That's what it is. What? It was the kid on the football team who got caught fucking a fat girl. And all of the football guys made fun of him. And he was like, dude, I could have any girl in the school. Why would I even do that? It's that. That's what it is. I could have anyone. Yeah. It's that weird insecurity defense thing of like, I'm the most popular guy here. Why would I even do that? And it's like, dude.
Like, we don't know. Only you know.
Maybe you're just into that, which is, in Drake's case, it's not fine, but it's like that weird energy of I'm too popular for this to even be a possibility, guys. Don't look at me.
Yeah.
It also feels like the closeted gay football guy defense. What? Dude, I'm like prom king. What do you mean? I'd never look at a guy that way. What?
Who was it that got called gay? It was Meek Mill or something, and he was just like, dude, I fucking love pussy. Like, he kept, he kept going, and he's like, don't do it. Don't do it. Like, it was just so, like...
The non-denial. The non-denial denial is my favorite.
Please believe me.
I love pussy. Yeah, but do you also love dick? Dude, I could have any woman in the world. I love my ladies. It's just like, none of this is helping you. None of this is helping you.
I mean, the dark part is that even if it's like, not true at all. What was that thing? It was like, what did he say? I don't know. I'm not actually really like following it. All I saw was that thing of, I saw that thing of him saying, like, we actually planted false allegations to see if Kendrick would go for it or something like that. I'm like, you told people you were a pedophile?
Bro.
Like, that's what you're saying?
Bro.
That can't work. Nobody believes that, right? That's crazy.
That's like the people saying that they got in the chat room because they actually wanted to meet Chris Hansen. It's like the bully
Exactly.
Yeah. No, I just wanted to be on
That's
TV.
literally
I love this show.
The conversation I had with somebody close who was like, I mean, it was, you know, there's nothing wrong with what I'm about to say. It's just sad. They were talking to me and they were like, dude, have you ever just like watched gay porn? Like just like stumbled across it and just like watch it. Like isn't it crazy?
Stumbled like a root in the forest.
And I was just like, I'm like sitting there like, oh man, like I'm happy that like, you know, you feel, I didn't say this, but in my head, I'm like, I'm happy that you feel comfortable enough to say this to me.
Good for you.
Because it feels like you're taking a weight off your chest.
Yes.
Which is fine. It's totally fine. I can be that person. I tell you weird, you know, shit that I do. It's like if you feel uncomfortable about something, I'm glad that you think you can tell me. That's cool. But we both know what you're really telling me.
Yes.
And I'm just like that kind of stuff. I'm like,
yeah.
Oh, heartbreaking.
Pretty bad. Also,
that type of like weird admission denial thing.
I think one of the darkest conversations I ever had with somebody was talking to that girl I just mentioned that the football guy fucked, like the overweight girl. Like, I remember talking to her after that, and she was like crying, obviously, and she was like, "You don't even know." She was like, "You have no idea how much I want to die right now." Having this guy, like this most popular dude in the school, who she had a huge crush on, obviously, because all the girls did, pick her. Most popular, like literally that. Like, seduce her at a party, like pick her, and then fuck her, and then tell her all these things about how much he's attracted to her and he like loves her and all this shit. And then everybody found out and made fun of him, and he denies all of it and basically tells her to never speak to him again. I was like, this is like, Jesus, that's fucking awful.
That age is so cruel.
Yeah.
Like I don't know.
Well, it's also like
that has a special type of cruelness around that time.
He was into her, like, for real. Like, he was attracted to her, and and like, but he was more afraid of what the other people on the football team thought of him than he was attracted to her. And I'm like wondering, like, how much of that did he carry with him forward in life? Like, how much, like, because I know he felt bad. I talked to him about it too. He felt awful, but he was like, I just can't talk to her anymore. I'm like, dude, like, isn't liking a person and having a connection with them more important than the bullying? But it should be, but it's not at that age.
Yeah.
It's wild.
The group is more important.
Well, it's like that weird dynamic of like, we had a lot of friends who were like into girls and they really liked them and wanted to be with them, but they wouldn't date them because they had slept with other people that we like knew. And that was enough of a reason to just be like, nope, can't ever be with this person I have feelings for because I'll get made fun of. And it's like, Jesus. Yeah. Bad age. Also bad being in a small town where everybody knows everybody's business. Dark.
Listening now.
Total darkness. I didn't hear what you just said. I just heard listening.
I said I was listening, but I was letting the dogs in.
Oh, sure. Yeah, that
Yeah,
age is
I still
terrible.
remember like this. Like one of the worst ones was this wasn't like they actually liked each other situation.
Yeah.
But it was this nerdy kid, and like I felt like I had whatever, like a mean sense of humor around that time, but not like this. Or like this kid, super shy, super nerdy, like never did anything like outright to anybody. Like he never like crossed anybody and this is revenge or something like that. It was just that he was awkward, and one of the popular girls in my grade just played up this whole crush on him thing, inviting him out and all this stuff, like basically just Carrie. And then
no, they did that to me.
And
dude.
then like lied and said whatever.
Yeah.
And he never like it was like his story arc in school, and then that was it. Like he just was gone after that. Like I don't even really remember anything that happened with him like post that thing happening. Like it was so brutal. Because it's like, yeah, they teased you too, but I feel like you were
No, the one
were cooler after.
I was cooler. I was cooler in high school, but you didn't know me in middle school. Middle school was hell, because middle school is when I got taken. Yeah, middle school is when I got taken out of school. In 8th grade, at the 8th grade dance at the end of the year, everybody knew I had a crush on this girl named Jen, and everybody just knew it. So this kid who lived down the street from me named Bobby who never hung out with me. This should have been the first red flag. Like rode his bike to my house and he was like, dude, he was like, I got something to tell you. Can we like go for a walk? And I was like, all right. And like that should have been the first red flag. And he was like, Jen actually really likes you a lot, and she's just embarrassed to say anything because everybody's like scared of you because of the school shooter stuff. And I was like, okay. And he was like, but she really likes you and she knows that you like her, and like I'm her friend, and like she just wanted me to tell you. And I was like, okay. And he was like, so she wants to go to the dance with you, but she can't like ask you to the dance. So like we're gonna like when you get there, like she wants to like see you like that night. She's just like scared of like asking you and people making fun of her. And I was like, all right. So then him and his whole group of friends were like, we're gonna help you out because we're all really good friends with this girl, and like we don't want you to fuck this up because like, you know, we've all made fun of you before, but like we know you're a good dude. And they started hanging out with me for like a month, and we'd hang out like every couple days. Big group of people who were all in my neighborhood. We'd sit outside the school next to my parents' house, and they'd be like, yeah, she's into this, and like, you know, when you dance with her, you want to like hold her here, and you want to like do this, and like don't be awkward about this, and like if you guys end up making out, this is what you should do, and like all this like stuff. And I genuinely thought they were like helping me because they were getting really specific. They didn't let the mask slip. So then I went to the dance, and I got there, and they were like, she's going to meet you over in this corner of the room, and like, here's how it's going to go down. And I got there, and she walked in the room, and all of her friends started laughing and pushing her towards me. And then she didn't know what was happening, because it wasn't just a prank on me, it was a prank on her too. They pushed her towards me, started laughing at her, and then all the guys pushed me towards her and started laughing. Then they pushed us together, and she started screaming and crying. And I couldn't get away from her because they were literally around us in a circle pushing us together. And I started freaking out because I realized the whole thing was just a joke. And like that was one of the darkest things I've ever had to sit through because I couldn't get away. I was just surrounded by like 20 dudes pushing me towards her, and she had a bunch of friends pushing her towards me. So then I had to sneak out of the dance because it's 8th grade. They don't really let you leave. You're not like old enough for them to like trust you yet. I had to sneak out of the building and walk home. So I was like, I just can't be here. I just cannot be here after this. But then
that's crazy.
But then randomly the next year, just because I had a beard, I was just at senior parties all the time because I looked older and I could buy alcohol. And then I was kind of popular in high school, which doesn't make any sense. But
yeah, you were definitely popular in high school.
Yeah, it just doesn't make sense
You're on
to me.
Homecoming court and stuff.
Yeah, I know. It's just weird that it's just because I looked older. It's just very strange, but
I don't think it was because you look older. It was because you became more confident. You just were like more outwardly you.
Yeah, maybe.
That was more what it was, because I remember that. I remember you when I was young, and you were like real awkward at
yeah, the Z house.
The Z house.
Yeah.
Because I remember thinking like, who's this? Like, I don't know you. But then like, you know, finding out like, oh, you're actually cool, and you're being like, you're in this weird friend group of like actual losers. Like,
yeah.
Like not like they're losers and I mean, just like the weirdest in not a cool way weird.
No,
like
like they have problems weird.
Yes, I'm trying to say it was very obvious.
Yeah.
Not like they look like school shooters, like
they talk like sociopaths. Else. Yeah.
Yes, like a little crazy. And I was like, oh, Dan's like a victim of these friends.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
I was like, Dan needs to just get away from these people.
Yeah, I didn't know any better.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because then when we were like hanging out, like it was, everything was funny. Like we were always like laughing about stuff, and like it's like, oh, you're funny, normal. Like,
Well, I didn't
okay,
know.
cool.
It went from everybody being afraid I was going to kill everybody at school to going to every party in everyone's house for all of high school in like a span of a year. And it's like it was weird whiplash. I didn't trust anybody because I was like, I thought that was all like going to be like a joke again. It was very imposter syndrome, very imposter syndrome-y. A big part of that was our friend Lyle, though, who just like, I don't even know how I met Lyle. I don't even remember, but he was like senior kid with a cool car. And like he just started bringing me to parties, and then I was just at every party, and like I could get younger people into parties because everybody in the senior class liked me, and it was very, very weird. It was very strange to go from like, I don't know, like absolute bottom to like knowing everyone in like a year.
There's also this thing that happened where I feel like it was weird. Like it was weird that I don't know. I feel like this was kind of across the board with like the older kids, which is like older, and I mean like jocks, like the last people you'd expect. Is there was like this weird thing, not for all of them, but for like a decent amount, where they would almost like adopt the outsider kid.
They did,
and be like, hey, stop making fun of him. Like, he's actually cool, and all of you are pieces of shit. Like it was weird. Like it's the opposite of what you think would happen.
Was my
like in a movie that wouldn't happen, but it did happen at our school like a lot.
For me specifically, it was my friend Charlie, who's in the Secret Service now. He was this huge, ripped kid on the football team with shaved head, giant dude. And specifically, he would always call me by my last name, which was really funny. Everyone in the school called him Diesel. And anytime anyone did anything, he was like, "You fuck with Warren, you fuck with me, you fuck with me, you're dead." Like just all the time. He was just always that kid. It was very funny. But yeah, he was like a total jock. He was a jock that wore like Ozfest shirts, though. He was one of the like metal jock kids.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It was very weird.
But still, that was very much like a thing. Like, because I did that too with like Eddie and
And then there was this.
It's like I kind of just took that example. I was like, okay.
There was a kid named Greg that I'll say all, but it was like probably 75% of the girls in the school liked, and he was kind of cringe, but he had like a lot of charisma, and he was rich, and he would do this weird thing with people where like I had a friend who was very, very unpopular and very awkward, but he was a really good kid. And Greg would do this weird thing of like, he just needs to get laid. And he'd just like call one of the girls that liked him and be like, fuck this kid. And they would just do it. And it was like, come to this party, I'll get you laid. And he would just do that. And I was like, this is so weird. This whole thing is weird. Like, I don't know what this is. Like, I'm just going to do you a favor and let you fuck one of my friends. Like, go for it. Like, I don't know what that was. Those parties were very strange. But yeah. I don't know.
But in terms of that, that weird small school like camaraderie thing.
Yeah.
Like there was a lot of that, like especially in high school. Like middle school sucked.
Middle school sucked.
But
so bad. Yeah.
But outside of middle school, it was like weird that, like I always think about that thing, and I don't know if we've actually ever talked about this on a stream. But it's that thing that nerds write movies about jocks. Like nerds make that stuff, and they make this negative stereotype about them, like they're all assholes.
Yeah, they're not.
And because dorks, write those movies.
Yeah, because jocks don't become Hollywood writers. Yeah, typically.
And I was like, if you had ever really talked to like any one of those like overachiever dudes,
they're fucking miserable.
Like, yeah, there was always they were miserable and like normal, but then there was also like, there was also like, if you ever really got to know them, they had nuggets of all the nerdy stuff that you liked. Like they were just embarrassed to share anything. Like there was all sorts of stuff that you'd uncover. Like Dan and I were friends with everybody.
Yeah, like
and
literally everybody.
And so you just got to kind of see it, and I always felt like that was like really unfair characterization of that.
It was
'Cause
weird,
those
like,
people weren't that way.
hanging
They
out
were
with
assholes.
like the cheerleader girls at parties and seeing
Yeah.
how fucking miserable they were was like really eye opening. I was like, oh, you guys aren't happy at all. Like
Right.
this
It's the
is
same. It's the same principle as the bullied kid.
Yeah.
It's like you know, if you hang out with the person who bullies, like they're getting bullied. If you hang out with like if you notice that like all these jock kids are like shaming other kids, they're getting shamed. It's like they're replicating like behavior that they've experienced elsewhere. Like that's happening to them too. Like generally speaking, not like everybody. But you know what I mean? It's like they are also experiencing whatever they're doing to you. It's like, so if you get past that, like I feel like you can, you know, open those kids up a bit to being like, hey, it's cool.
Yeah.
Like you can be embarrassing with me.
It's very weird.
Isn't that a strange thing though? Like I feel like I never hear that even still. Like it's still like, you know, when they put like all the awkward people as the main characters in all the animated shows, and it's like they still don't put like an emphasis on those, like the popular kid.
Yeah.
Like, the popular kid's just another human being. Like
Yeah.
they're not a huge piece of shit all the time.
I'm trying to think of like, I don't think there was anyone in our school who was just like having a good time. I'm trying to think if there was anybody. Weirdly, it was
What do you mean?
it was probably Andy. Weirdly,
Yeah.
like everyone I knew who everyone I knew who was popular was kind of miserable. I'm trying to think if anybody was like actually like having a good time and also like popular.
Yeah.
Not many. Maybe Greg. Maybe Greg. Greg was having a pretty good time, and he wasn't like miserable. Did a lot of cocaine, but wasn't miserable.
Johnny Pearson was saying that he barely paid attention in high school, just shut down in 9th grade. I feel like I easily could have done that, and same with Dan.
Yeah.
But like, I think I was like, maybe it's just my dad or somebody or my brother. I think my brother probably, because my brother was a jock and he was super nice and everybody liked him. And I think like seeing that my brother was that way kind of ran in the face of like everything. So I could kind of like see it ahead of
True.
time. And so when I was around those people, I never thought of them that way. Even if they were assholes to me, I'd be like, you're an asshole to me, but like this was after like 3rd grade. Like something big happened to me when I was a kid where I fought with this one kid named Matt Molina. I fought with him almost every day. Like we were like rivals. And so we just got in constant fist fights, and I fought him all the time because he was a bully to everybody. And I just hated that. I hated kids picking on kids. And so we fought so much and we got in trouble together so much that we became friends. And then when I remember one day I went to his house because he didn't live too far from me, and they were having a yard sale, and he had a ton of comic books. And I was like, oh, I love comics. And I like bought some comics from him, and then like went to his house, and I was like, oh, your family's like super rough.
Yeah.
And I remember seeing that, and his older brothers were also the kids that would throw other kids off the bus while I was driving. They were these twins, and they were super big bullies. Like, and they must have done horrible shit to Matt. And I didn't get super close to him, but we were friends.
Yeah.
After that, and I think like seeing the two sides of that prepared me for like the rest of middle school and high school, where I was like, they can't all be bad. Like it's like the worst kid I ever met, I ended up getting along with, and like he became okay. And so that has to be the same with like most people. So I kind of pushed for it. Like I'd wait for, like usually my tactic was like I was good in small groups, like just like 2 people max.
Yeah.
And I would be like in a study or something like that, like a study class. And if I was sitting near one of those kids that I felt like I had nothing in common with, I would just start talking and joking with them and like drawing pictures for them and stuff, and just kind of get to know them. And then that was kind of my in with all that stuff. And I was still awkward, but it definitely helped me a ton in high school. It made it like so much more manageable to be like kind of friends with everybody and not necessarily like my friend groups ever intermingling. It was just you just kind of know everyone. And then I would kind of force groups to come together in high school. I'd be like, here's all like the nerdy kids like I know. Here you go. We're all going to hang out with this group.
Big
It was just like a
parties.
clash of two worlds, and then you'd find out like, oh, everybody's actually cool.
Yeah. I think the thing that kept happening to me at parties was I would go to parties, like huge rager house parties, and I would get like social anxiety. I didn't know that's what it was at the time. I just knew that I wanted to go outside for a bit and like get away from all the crazy and just like breathe for a minute. So like I'd like grab a bottle of whatever was there, go outside, and I'd just be like hanging out, chilling at like, midnight or something. And because of that, what would always happen is either a girl who just got in a fight with somebody would come outside crying, or a guy who was angry about something would come out freaking out, and then it would just be me and that person, and inevitably it would
Or
turn
somebody smoking a cigarette.
yeah, or somebody would go out to like get high or something. So inevitably it would turn into like, hey, what's bothering you conversations that I would have with like I think every person in my entire high school at one point, where I would just be like, what's going on, man? And like we just have those conversations about like I think I talked to oh my god, it's hard to think of someone I didn't have one of those with, like an hour-long conversation outside a party about like what's going on in your personal life. And then like it was just very strange. But yeah.
Like I have a thing where like I could easily be like an introvert.
Yeah.
But I think I stepped outside of my comfort zone so much during that period of time when I was surrounded by so many different kinds of people.
Yeah.
That like I just was cool with everybody.
Mhm.
And now, like Kim will tell me, she's like, "Oh, you get along with everybody. Like everybody like likes you when they meet you, as far as, dudes or whatever." And I just think like, yeah, I like conditioned that in like that time. Like I got used to being around everybody who was all different, whatever. And so I kind of figured out like how you talk to people. But I forced myself to be more of an extrovert because
Yeah.
otherwise I was just the kid who drew all the time. Like that would have been me forever.
Yeah, same here. That's why even
Like, and I
today-
had to do it through the weirdest means of like dressing up. Like I talked about that before, like dressing up in like costumes and stuff to feel comfortable, like hide behind a disguise sort of thing to feel like false confidence.
Yeah. That's why even today when I have parties, they're like huge parties. It's just like 70 to 100 people show up. And it's like, okay. All right.
Yeah.
All the friend groups. Unite the clans.
Mm-hmm. Your graduating class was 60 people. Mine was 110 or 12
Yeah,
or
I was
something.
going to say, I think mine was around 100, 120. I'll be right back. I hear that noise again. I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah. I think Dan's house is going to explode. We're all going to be here for it. Going to hear Dan burst in the background. Like those videos that you see online where it just goes boom. Sharky Arts says, sadly, all my bullies in school became well off assholes. Yeah, I mean, there definitely were some assholes. I think that maybe we were slightly lucky because, for the most part in our town, there wasn't like nobody really had a super easy way because like mostly our town was pretty poor, or just it was either like you were doing pretty bad or you were like middle class, but we didn't have like the asshole kids that were going to make it no matter what sort of thing, where somebody in their family was going to give them a job, some nepotism stuff where like they could afford to be assholes forever. We never really had that, which that probably weeded out a lot of that behavior, or at least like humbled a lot of those kids. Yeah. Now that I think about it, like maybe that's why even like the assholes were okay. Okay. Trying to finish these client revisions on this sketch. Keeping decent pace with it. I got to do this and then one more thing tonight. What I'm really trying to do is make enough progress on everything that I have to do so that I can finish up my comic. I'm so close. I don't have a ton left. I really only have like a couple, like maybe another, like if I had another week, I could probably wrap up all the colors. Just like a week to only do that. Because otherwise, oh man. Sucks when there's just, it's like it's so close. I It doesn't need a ton of work, but just the amount of free time I have is so limited that that's still going to take a little bit. Because it's not difficult to do when I am doing it. Like, oh, please. My dream is that the comics do so well that it makes sense to do that primarily. Or not even primarily, just be able to devote a little bit more time for like chunks of time. Take out like a month or two and just be able to wrap up all that stuff. So I don't really have I don't have more time than I ever had in the past. I'm just faster at drawing. That's it. That's the only thing that really changed. I just got faster. So it seems like I'm able to do more because I have more time, but I just forced myself to get more time out of the time I already had. Okay. Honestly, it's been nice seeing you dust off the old work. Yeah, I'm trying to. Hey.
Sorry, it is the mini splits. There's a drain in the wall that's shooting water outside the outside of the house.
Dang.
Yeah, that sucks. I just unplugged them and shut off the breaker, so hopefully it stops. Anyway, what are we talking about now? Still talking about weird high school stuff?
No, I was just saying that I wish I had a little bit more time to wrap up the comic, because it's really only about a week's worth of work is left. I just don't have a straight week.
You'll find it.
Yeah, I'll still make my deadline.
Yeah.
I had a deadline for mid-June or something. I think that's what I set it as.
That's when my deadline for these two pieces are too, before the DLC drops on the 21st. Mega Pussy. It is leaking on the wall. Great name, by the way.
Really? It's in the wall leaking?
I'm pretty sure, yeah.
Oh, shit.
We installed a pump to make up for it, but I have a funny feeling the pump broke because the guy who installed the mini splits, the contractor, fucked it up, and we sued him and got a bunch of money from him back. But then Eddie, it was cheaper to try and fix what the guy did than to rip everything out and redo it. So we started doing that, but I have a funny feeling the makeup pump on one of them isn't working because there's definitely stuff leaking out of the back of it.
Oh no.
I know.
You got to get somebody out quick.
Yeah, I just texted them. They'll probably come out tomorrow. I'm just not going to run them. I'm just going to turn them off. It's starting to get humid here because now it's June and it like starts early, but I'm just not going to run the AC. I'll just bring a fan up here. But yeah.
Dang.
It sucks. What am I looking forward to in the DLC? I don't know. The nice thing about From Software stuff is that the best stuff's always really unexpected. Like, it's hard to predict what they're like. Nothing in like the Bloodborne DLC was something I predicted. I didn't think I was going to go up a giant magical clock tower that transports me to a fishing village where I fight a horseman with a glowing sword. Like, none of that. It's just nice to let them take you on a little trip into a curated little experience they made for you. And it sounds like it's going to be fucking huge. They said it's 40% of the size of the game. So, yeah, I'm just looking forward to seeing all the stuff. They said that they were going to do multiple DLCs for it, but they decided to only do one because they have so much unused Elden Ring material that they like that they'd rather do a sequel.
Really?
Yep. Which is...
Oh, I didn't know they were planning on doing a sequel.
Yeah, they said future Elden Ring games.
Oh.
Yeah. So I think it's going to be like their new Dark Souls. They'll probably do a trilogy. That's my guess.
I'm surprised they never did like the sci-fi thing.
I know. I want them. I want to see their take on like a Ridley Scott 70s aesthetic for sci-fi. I want to see like a weird lived-in, gross world, but yeah, maybe that'll come later. I don't know if Miyazaki's huge into sci-fi. I don't know if he just has the passion for it. I know he likes Armored Core, but I don't know if he like cares enough about that genre to do a whole game.
Yeah, Armored Core is its own thing.
Its
so it's
own
like I
weird
just want
thing,
like
yeah.
a weird sci-fi fantasy thing.
Yeah, me too. I want just like, I don't know. I want it to feel like Alien, the first one. And I want it to feel kind of like, not necessarily Mobius, but like that 70s feeling of space. But also with the dark From Software tone. I feel like they could do it really, really, really well. But
Yeah, I just want them to play with more of the like psychological stuff of space and all that, and then you know, space horror and all that shit.
Yeah, be awesome.
Like things that they're really good at, like a you know, the more in the vein of like Bloodborne. Like I would like that type of sci-fi feel.
Oh, did Radiante finish her Griffith? Hold on, I'm gonna open Instagram. Radiante had art block, and I was like, you need to do fucking Berserk fan art, and she actually did it. Oh, that's awesome. That looks great. Good job. Throw that on my story.
It was weird about the Wacom like tablet thing. Like it has like a like if you ever use it to like scroll, like click on like a video to like scroll through it, it gets like stuck there.
Yep, I hate it.
It like drags everywhere. It's like it does that with a bunch of stuff.
I don't use the wheel
Like
for
why is it like
anything.
a sticky click?
I
Like
don't-
what is that?
I hate it. I don't use the wheel for anything anymore.
Yeah, it's very silly.
Yeah, it's the worst. Infuriates me. I'm still not quite used to the new Photoshop because I went from using like a really old version of CC to the new one, and there's a bunch of weird tablet integration I'm not used to, so randomly when I'm painting, it'll just start rotating my canvas around and I don't even know why. I'm like, what, like, what's going on? And like, the way the selector tools all work is different now, and I'm like, wow, God, like it's just strange.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. You get used to it. I like the Control Z. That's like, you know,
Yeah.
a small thing. It's really small, but it's nice. It's like, okay, cool.
I did find the one thing in Clip, someone sent it to me, the one thing I wanted Clip to have that I didn't think it had, it does have. It's a sub-tool of the zoom that lets you do the scrub zoom without using a key command. For a long time, I thought in Clip you just had to use a keyboard shortcut to do the scrub zoom, and it was really annoying. But there is a way to do it. But yeah, Clip's been good. I'm excited to only use Clip after this painting. This is going really fast for me though. So we're like a couple weeks into this and it's really coming along quick, so that's good at least, because these, I don't know, the streaming's helping me stay focused.
Good.
I did try Ritalin over the weekend.
Yeah, what'd you think?
I loved it.
Yeah.
I texted Kim, I was like, Kim, I'm on Ritalin. And she was like, why would you do that? And I was like, I just had to know. And she was like, it's speed. And I was like, well, it feels pretty good. She was like, yeah, it's speed. That's what speed does. And I was like, well, speed me up, bitch. Because I might have to get a prescription for this. It was weird. So, okay. The only way I can describe it, normally if I'm in a room with multiple people talking to each other, like let's say there's like 4 conversations going on, I can kind of focus on the one that I'm involved in, and I keep dipping in and out of other people's conversations against, I'm not trying to, it just, I start focusing on the other people's things, and I'm hearing 30% of all the conversations, and it's really hard for me to stay focused. When I took the Ritalin, I was sitting at a campfire with 20 people, and everybody was talking, and I could only hear what Kyle was saying to me. And I was like, this is insane. I have never felt this. Ever. I don't know what anyone else is saying right now, and they're all talking. I was like, this is wild. So yeah, that was the best part.
Your level of focus just went way up.
I didn't hear anything I couldn't even tell you remotely what they were talking about. It was just unbelievable. I had no idea my head could be like that quiet in a room full of people. I was like, whoa. So yeah, that was cool. Yeah.
Yeah, back when like everybody was taking it for productivity.
Yeah.
I was like, maybe. And I just never did it.
I can see the appeal. It didn't make me feel jittery or like it didn't make me talk super fast or anything. It just made me feel really calm. It was weird. It kind of felt like taking an edible without the trippiness. It just felt very relaxing.
Right.
Ryan in chat said, I don't see the numbers. I see a blonde woman in a red dress staying on Ritalin. There you go. How long did it last? I think about 6 hours-ish. It lasted until I got home. I was there till 5 in the morning, and then I drove home. and I think it lasted till I got in bed at like 7 a.m. So like it was a while.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
That was a class. That was one of those strange nights where like party all night, really all night, don't sleep at all, you're up the whole time. Then you make sure your drunk friends get to bed okay. And then on the way home, I stopped in the North End in Boston before sunrise to go to the 24-hour bakery. Got a bunch of pastries and things. And then my nephew was super sad the night before. There was a misunderstanding. He thought I was babysitting him and I didn't. And he was like, called me crying because he wanted to see the dog and he didn't understand why we weren't there. And so I got a bunch of pastries in the North End, and then I went to my parents' house and waited for them to wake up. And then I woke my nephew up with a box full of, stuff from the North End and the dog. And then we hung out for a few hours, and then I came home and went to bed. It's like a very, very long series of events. But yeah. How much longer are we streaming? Probably another hour, maybe 90 minutes tops. Then I gotta go to the pool. I gotta get to the pool by 7.
Yeah, I mean, I'm probably gonna go in a minute. I need to eat lunch. I didn't eat anything.
Yeah.
Trying not to sabotage myself.
Yeah, I had to force myself to. I figured out one of the only things I can make that doesn't make me tired is like, it's either just chicken, just straight chicken with nothing, or it's chicken pot stickers. For some reason, the pot sticker wrappers don't make me tired, but rice does. I don't know why. But
I just been eating like protein for the most part. I had besides like dinner.
Yeah.
So usually I'll do like in the morning. I've been doing 2 eggs, non-fat Greek yogurt with granola, a little bit of honey, and then after that, just have like some coffee. And then for lunch, I'll either make like a sourdough bread, like open face sandwich type of thing.
I wish I could do bread.
And if I feel like full at all, I mean, if I don't feel full, if I feel like hungry at all, I'll have the like protein shake thing.
Yeah.
And like that's about it. But I try and save everything for, and then I measure out like dinner that Kim makes as like, the size. Like I'll eat like half a portion or something like that.
I think
so. I'm able to stick to that.
I think 75% of what I eat is ground chicken breast. It's just ground chicken breast, either as a burger or a taco, but like barely any bread. Usually about.
What? How come you don't have sourdough? There's only like 90 calories or less in a slice.
It's not about the calories. It's because baguettes are really low calories too. It's just when I eat bread, I feel like kind of sleepy.
Well, sourdough is the one. Like that's the one that like.
Maybe I'll try that.
Like fitness people eat that. Like it's the one bread that they're like cool with. It's like that and like rye. Like
rice makes me less sleepy, and then like. That's about it. But usually if I'm streaming, I usually don't eat carbs until after I stream because it's too risky because sometimes I get really tired.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'll try sourdough. It might work.
Was I able to keep the broken toe hidden from the personal trainer? I told him at the end. I just said like, I just said, I wasn't going to tell you this at the beginning. I was like, but I broke my toe last Wednesday. And I was like, so I didn't want to mess up on cardio. And I was like, but I also didn't want you to take it like easy on me. So I just kind of told him that, and I was like, but it wasn't a big deal. And I was like, and my wife's a nurse. I was like, so she didn't think it was a big deal. And I was like, so I don't think I was risking anything. I just figured I'd keep it to myself. And he doesn't go easy on me, so it's fine.
It's good.
I'm still like getting to know him a little bit. So yeah, we're starting to get like a nice feel for like what I'm doing, and he's cool with pushing me a bit more. Nice. And I'm happy. I'm glad to have. I'm training tomorrow morning. The routine's really nice, just like having something
Yeah.
there, like an appointment to something to go and do. Like I like that a lot.
It's good for
way easier.
Having stuff like that, I've noticed, is good for the rest of my schedule because it gives it like a weird anchor to revolve around. It's like I'm not working the whole day. I'm working 4 hours, then I'm going to work out, and then I'm coming back and working for like another couple hours.
Yeah.
It makes everything else more manageable because it lets you put it into like, I don't know, like smaller blocks or different blocks.
That's kind of how my day is with the kids. It's just like, you know, I work from 10 to 4, and then on either side of that is like everything else.
Yeah.
So it's, you know, everything going places or hanging out or having like appointment with the trainer, that sort of thing. So
yeah,
it's nice to have it be like bookended.
For sure.
It makes it way more manageable.
You got any plans for Kim for Mother's Day?
Well, there's actually like a bunch of stuff
Cool.
going on with the family. I just got you know, Mother's Day stuff.
Mother's Day.
It's a Freudian slip.
I'll never forget. One of my friends in high school's mom was a big, huge lesbian prison guard, like the super stereotype, like butch, like the butchest. And she was super, super domineering as like a parent, like super fucking strict. And before he went to college, he was like, I just want to do something rebellious just once, like a movie line. And I started laughing. I was like, this is so stupid that you just said that out loud. And I was like, what do you want to do, dude? And he was like, I just want to do something that just like, you know, show her that like I'm in charge just for once. And I was like, okay, well, what do you have in mind? And he's like, I don't know if I can do it on my own, but you help me? And I was like, well, it depends what it is. He was like, I just want to go into the house while she's at work, and I'm going to turn all the pictures in the house upside down. And I just started laughing so hard. So like, that is the lamest shit I've ever heard. And he was like, you don't understand, dude. She'll fucking kill me. And I was like, dude. So anyway, I guess he did it. I didn't help him do it. I guess he did it. And then I was like, so I was like, so how did it go? And he was like, I'm grounded till I go to college. And I was like, that's 5 months away. And he was like, yeah. And he was like, but it was worth it. And I was like, this is disgusting. Like this is disgusting. I can't talk to you. Yeah.
Why you can't be super strict?
Dude, it was disgusting that he was trying to make it sound cool.
Yeah.
I was like, oh, you deserve to be punished just for saying that. Not because of the pictures. Having this attitude. Yeah, that was one of the
that's embarrassing.
One of the lamest things I've ever heard. I want to turn all the pictures in the house upside down. That'll show her. That bitch. I was like, all right, dude. Let's cool it. Let's cool it, Rebel.
I try and tell the kids, I'm like, yes, would I like you to follow everything I tell you? I was like, absolutely, that would be so much easier. And I'm like, but I don't want you to be that kind of person either.
Mm-hmm.
I was like, it'd be nice if you listened to me on everything. I was like, but one of my favorite things about you guys is that you push back so much. And I'm like, so, hey, it's good and bad. And I'm like, and I'm going to be wrestling with that
forever
until you don't live here.
Yeah.
Like that's just what it is. I'm like, so that's fine. But it sucks.
I liked how in one of the pictures from the woods you sent me, Loic, I think it was in the first one, looked like he just went across the entire Oregon Trail and like all of his family died.
Yeah.
He looks like he was cutting through the brush for 20 years or something. I was like, this is great. That expression is amazing.
Yeah, they went through a huge, like, just bramble of bushes, branches and trees and stuff. And it was just like super thick area. And he likes to hold Axel's hand when they go on adventures.
That's great.
They're very close.
Yeah.
So they got on the other side of it, and Axel let go of Loic for a second to go look at something.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when that happened. He just started crying.
Oh,
He's
yeah.
extra sensitive. He's going through like anybody with a 3-year-old, they just are completely irrational. There's nothing to it. There's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
There's nothing you could ever say or rationalize. It's just crazy.
Yeah.
So you're just dealing with a crazy person.
Well, your brain's going from nothing to something, and that's like the most insane growing pain imaginable, the mental growing pain.
Yeah, it's very sweet. Like at certain points, like he'll be fighting with me, and then he'll be like, have me pick him up, and he goes like, I just need love. That's like what he tells me. He's like, I just need love right now. And
That's
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, that's like the Axel thing you told me that made me tear up. I just wish I was bigger so I understood.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
They just, at least they're like mature enough to be
Yeah.
able to communicate that stuff. I'm really grateful for that
Yeah,
they
that's
feel
good.
comfortable saying all that.
Yeah, that's very good. Very good sign.
And Axel accidentally crushed a roly-poly in his hand in the car.
Oh no.
And it was brutal, dude. He just crushed it, and then he looked at it, and he went, "Hi."
Oh,
And then he
no.
just started crying, and he was like, oh.
Did he crush it on
And
purpose?
No, he didn't. He was just holding it for too long.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and it was just devastating. I was like, oh my god.
Oh, I get it. I remember.
It's so sad.
I remember when I was a kid accidentally killing a little toad, and I didn't forgive myself for like 3 years. I still think about it. It's fucking horrible. Yeah, that's a bad.
He thinks
bad
he
thing.
thinks about that thing that he did. I mean, it wasn't that long ago, but like we were he got in trouble for something, and then he brought it up again, and he was like, I'm a monster. Just like I killed that roly-poly. And I was like, Axel, you're not a monster.
Oh no.
Like, you can make a mistake. I was like, you're not a monster.
Yeah, that's not good at all.
Yeah.
Poor kid.
Yeah, being a kid is wild. Like those little things mean so much.
Yeah, it's horrifying. I'm getting like PTSD about the frog just hearing him go through it.
Oh man, he's
That
so
shit-
like innocent.
That shit stays with you for a long time.
Mm-hmm. All right, I'm gonna eat.
All right, dude. I'll see you.
See ya.
Bye.
Bye, everybody.
Chat, we're back. We're back.
Everybody said, what good is melody? What good is music? If it ain't possessing something sweet, it ain't the melody. It ain't the music. If it ain't possessing something sweet.
It ain't nothing like a fist full of cash or a bliss full of the hash that twists like a mustache from end to end, spread it like a rash from talking through your Walkman or at your disco bash. Give me the Tim's Rumpelstiltskin brown, a metal face mask with a built-in frown, a mic to tilt down 100,000 pounds. See how guilt sound like spilt milk clown. Cocoa butter on a very ashy day, fam. Ray-Bans out on the islands of Cayman. Or I break it down for the layman. Band-Aid Soleil for the Central Pay. Tan, a can of old gold, too cold to hold, slow your roll. Keep on moving like soul to soul, hold the dough. Like a fool stole pity, y'all, for trying to go up against City Hall Titty Ball. The black mic is like a red violin. Okay, everybody back to the lab, try again. Rap game like Leviathan, leave bad taste, killing my high like niacin. Stop kidding, middlemen need riddling. Hit me with the full tin and I'm a kid again. Keep the bong lighting straight through the songwriting. The super villain, aka the thong biting, is inviting all to the reciting that's dope and raw. Open all, y'all come in peace and it's open bar. Tear the roof off this bumper rise, climb by the end of the night.
like shot spot. I spilt a shot, made the pen lines runny. A ill plot to 10 times Ben Stein money. Funny how he ripped the scripts with a straight face, with more rhymes than his lies in your database. Placing rappers in endangerment who's reckless. With this food for thought, sorta like breakfast. You can mark it off as wreck on a checklist. Wear gold fronts, can't afford no necklace. Should that check go to help building daycares? Somebody say yeah, pay your fears. Get the herbalizers their shares, and y'all can pay Doom and beers. Cheers.
Okay, Mr. Doom. Okay.
No cream, no sugar, mocha only. Choke the microphone the way he low can choke a phony, won't he? Told him play a station like a broken Sony. Tenderoni phone, she lonely, come and stroke the pony. That good loving deserves an encore and a Tony. Brats in the hood bugging, they want more raw baloney. Chachi need to watch his bony, skinny Joni. Villain finna fatten her up with minestrone. Been grown, chrome Molly skin tone. While he rock the end zone, tap your toe or chin bone. The choice is yours alone. He came for the throne and to get the game sewn. Doom name known as the Don for sure true. And he won't show his face or sponsor your group. He sneak up and throw you for a loop. She peeked up, speak up if you want some more soup.
New suits again, who do's cruise again, who's too smooth, whose flus want snooze with him. No surprise, no new news to him, here's a light bulb, now how many of you screw this in? I do better when it's less team effort, with an old blue sweater, I'm a less clean dresser. Full circle, back to the drawing board, mic by the mirror, I'm the best I ever saw record. Smoking doom, get it sewn like an open wound, two scientists up in the lab will make it go kaboom. They said don't mix those two properties together, probably end up with some empty eye sockets or whatever. I'm only here to hunt pleasure like some treasure, never from a whack pack of bitches like the Heathers. After this you better owe 'em for some loot. You freaks, what the fuck would make me want some more soup?
When he really hits star mode, never will he boost loose Phillies with the barcode, or take a whole carload on a wasted trip, or sit wide out lace tip from tip with yip. Some rather baggies, other like they cracks and vows. Catch a tag, roll a bag of swag in a black and mouth. He twist optimal, just the raw leaf part.
Oh,
The list
God,
time goes
shit.
before beef start. At the stop and go mart, acting like a spirit host done it. Yeah, yo, Doom nominated for the best role L's, and they wondered how he dealt with stress so well. Wild guess, you could say he stays sedated. Some say booted, some say faded. Someday prayed that he will grow a farm barn full. Recent research show it's not so darn harmful. Sometimes you might need to detox. It can help you with your rhyme flow and your beatbox. Off spike to your surprise, turn a Newport light to a joint right before your eyes. Tear a page out the good book, hear it how you want it.
I'm Africa's most bloody. I'm a kind of stupid from the station.
Hey, yo, y'all can't stand right here. In his right hand was your man's worst nightmare. Loud enough to burst his right eardrum close range. The game is not only dangerous, but it's most strange. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash but brag about the broker times. Joker rhymes like the issue just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they in a talent show, so I give them something to remember like the Alamo. Tally ho, a hot joker like Space Game. Came back from 5 years lane and stayed the same same. Electromagnetic field, it blocks all logic. Spock and G-Shock's a biological clock. When I hit it, slid it to the shit, I thought I killed a goose. Her power use was pure brittle water, filter juice. Keep a pen like a fiend, keep a pipe with him. Gentleman who lent a pen to a friend who write with him. Never seen this shit again, but he's still my dunny. The only thing that come between us is krill and money. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash will brag about the broker times. Better rhymes make for better songs, and that is not if you got a lot of what it takes just to get along. Surrender now, suffer serious setbacks. Got get back, connects, wet back, get stacks. Even if you got to get jet black, head to toe to get the dough. Battle for bottles of Mo or Joe. This fly flow take practice like Tybo with Billy Blanks. Oh, you're too kind, really thanks. To the corner lost forever like, oh my darling Clementine. He hold his heart when he tellin' rhyme. When is his time? I hope his soul go to heaven. He nasty like the old time, old number 7. You still taste it when you chase it with the Coca-Cola. Make them wish they could erase it out the Motorola. I told her, no credit, fall back. If you want what they got, then go get it. It's all gag. Only in America could you find a way to earn a healthy buck and still keep your attitude on self-destruct. I sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash but tell about the broke times. Joker rhymes like the is you just happy to see me trick. Classical slapstick rappers need chapstick. A lot of them sound like they ain't a talent show, so I give them something to remember like the Alamo. Tally ho, high joker like Space Game. Came back from 5 years lane, stayed the same. Electromagnetic field will block all logic. Spock and G-Shock a biological clock. When I hit it, slid it to the shit, I thought I killed a goose. Her power use was pure.
What's going on out there, chat?
Keep a pen like a fiend.
What's everybody doing?
With him. Gentleman who lent a pen to a friend who write with him. Never seen the shit again, but he's still my dunny. Only thing that come between us is krill and money. We sell rhymes like dimes. The one who mostly keep cash but tell about the broke times.
Necro Sorceress. Hell yeah.
Wants me to duke her. I told her I'll come scoop her around 8. She said, that sounds great. Shorty girl's a trooper. No matter what I needed to do, she be like, on his own throne, the boss like King Cooper. On the microphone, he forced the ring. Average MCs is like a TV blooper. MF Doom, he's like DB Cooper. Out with the moolah. I let her get her outfit just to cool her off. She said niggas ain't about shit. I wonder if she meant it. I doubt it. The way it be in her mouth, she can't live without it. And can't live with this. Handle your business. Villainous, stay on a scandalous whole shit list. One pack of cookies, please, Mr. Hooper. It's fun smacking rookies. He is the look like a black Wookie when he let his beard grow. Weirdo. Brown skin, it always kept his hair low.
Oh.
It's an S-curl accident. Doom was always known to keep the best girls' backs bent. Some say it's the eyes, some say the accent. A lot of
I
guys
did
wonder
ask
where
that.
their stacks went. I call her thunder thighs with the fatty swoller. Only mess with high rollers, do what daddy told her. No matter the city, she with me to do the bang thang. Working the coochie, hoopty, chitty, chitty, bang bang. Same name on the titty as on the name ring. Pretty like Baby D off all in the same gang. Keep my eye on her, really don't trust her, but I treat her like a daughter.
What are these
Taught her how to
remixes
cuss
from?
her, and the heat to turn beef to horse meat chalupa. Teach her how to hold it. Of course he is the. See, most cats
Link is
treat her
in the
like
chat,
Lufa,
Ryan.
or beat her to a stupor. Take it from the. You need to make her feel cuter and lay down the G like loofah. Everything will be do for her. Keep her in a new fur so she looks sweet when she go to meet the. Got the Buddha, get the grenadiers. Twist it, put it in the air. Come here, kiss it. Listen here, Scooter. Let her try to bag you when she's on the rag. Never let her fry the ragu. Would she have you under some type of spell? Crying dag boo. Her name on your back in a tattoo. Whether a bougie broad, nerd hoe, street chick. Don't call her wifey if you met her at the Freaknik. You don't want her, don't waste her time. I'll dupe her and be a father to your child like the. He keep his hoes in check. Sends him out to get glows from all frozen necks. Tell him take his clothes, leave him posing naked for real. Better yet, get him for the check off the record deal.
Thank you
Find out where
for
he keeps
pumping
the
the
tech and the
Discord.
blue steel. Make sure for extra rec, let him know how you feel. And while he's running down to All-Star Weekend to bring. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they spit. Unlucky contestants on the mic, sounds nice what they get. But we have a beat for a one-time wonder hit, and a how to play it off if you make a live blunder kit. And the winner for the 9th time in a row, doom, I owe it to a well-refined rhyme flow. Now if you don't mind, dope. Forgive them, Lord, for they know not what they spit. Unlucky contestants on the mic, sounds nice what they get. Lord, for they know not what they spit. Unlucky contestants on the mic, sounds nice what they get. But we have a beat for a one-time wonder hit, and I play it to make a life time in a row. Do winner for the 9th time in a row. Doom, I owe it to a well-refined rhyme flow. Now if you don't mind, dope. Find me where the limes grow, with a fine dime. Fill in the blanks, still no necklace in the mill in the bank. Grill stay blank, not to be critical, but ill they stank. Maybe give them thanks from the steel gray shank. Hold that, put the mic down, your luck's up. Don't let it touch the ground and shut the door. Buckle up, it's the law, folks. Stay calm like you got pulled over with the raw. Thick hair like Ric Flair chick, you wouldn't know if hoes really cared for the lyrical skills, that's how they judge it. Trick ills until it take the butter up on the budget. Like the numbers on the #1 Billboard hit, and still be borders. It could be worse, this verse or no rehearsal. Only snatch the mic like no me first. They get sloppy seconds after we stop wrecking, and they had a choppy check it. Then he ripped the beat like a surgery botch. You heard it, he murder flows, doom off the crotch. I'll be bocking 2 and 2, watch the clock. You thought we had Koch, how your block got blotched. Another notch on the Glock, his own stock in the strip club. Free scotch on the rocks, biatch.
Dropped out when I heard that. Too busy trying to figure out where the bird's at. And them broads all stopped when I hopped it. They tried to throw me in detention and spot it, but I prospered unlike they intended. Now on suspenders, I was getting suspended. Posted up outside of my street clothes. Principals tried to keep me out the hall like Pete Rose. Gambling, popped them all with a 6. More bogeys and more licks. Alcoholics. Yesterday, E&J brought rum out today. Tapping bottles like warriors come out to play. These meddling kids was peddling meds. We sold at high grade like nerds. I paid to solve a square root for me. That's why both the goon and a square root for me. But if I went back in time, I would dare be that geek sitting in front of the class doing his homework, prepping to be somebody in life. Instead of roaming the streets with my mom's kitchen knife. She didn't even rhyme when I told it. Like we bought the whole set from IKEA, I know you stole it. Snuck around real cowardly. Took a metro to go uptown to cop Sour D. Never chill downtown on Bowery. Was either my hood, Flatbush, Harlem, or the Bronx. Out of my mind, straight lunacy. Avoiding truancy and chasing new pussy. You see where that took me. All those years and now I'm paying bookies and playing hooky. Never danced at the prom. I did the dropout boogie.
I don't want to listen. I don't believe in this school system. And let me tell you, I'm 20 years old and I know a lot. Understand? For my age, I know a lot. And where did I learn it? In the streets. Because the school couldn't do nothing for me.
Get with it, baby. Someday you might be king.
Remain true to the task. Got bad grades, still stay doing the math. Prom night, pack of bones in a flash. Chop around my cone, let him in with a mask. Envisioning, cocking a hammer and letting it blast. Feasible then with cameras ain't getting the pass, and that's trash. Deserve worse for late night meddling. Billing irate, still be quite the gentleman. They off beats, 2 left hooks, stew pork beats. Snowing powder, sugar, sand, New York sweet. Until they blindside high speed on the cross street. Or swipe a metro card down their face to the raw meat. Remember classmates, some of them bad apes. Hallway jokes to bathroom gag rapes. Property to face ass bet dice games for mad papes. Windows shatter, just blame the brown Jew when the glass breaks. And thank the public school system for providing new landscapes. Deficit in attention, honorable mention for detention. Actions, foul language, words that unleash tensions. Often probably resulted in suspension. As they say, another vacay melee, a yoke teacher up on payday. Or roll a reefer, say hey, and go get the Latigas and the leaves off layaway. Stepped off the bounce, couldn't deal on a day-to-day. Drop out, boogie, repeat the steps or pave the way, okay? Yo, no say, shalom, instructor chose to stay at home today. This favorite class got along with the two kids. And still cool up till now is you stupid. It's all about commerce regardless who bomb first. More like who stay calm when the drama bursts.
There's an aching in my head.
Rough Riders, don't get it twisted, y'all. Rough Riders,
Fuck, I'm talking
don't
about
get it
right
twisted, y'all.
Recognize, recognize, recognize.
Rough Riders, Rough Riders,
Oh.
don't get it twisted, y'all. Rough Riders,
Fuck, I'm talking
don't
about
get it
right
twisted, y'all.
Recognize, recognize, recognize.
Rough Riders, don't get it twisted, y'all.
Recognize, recognize, recognize.
Rough Riders,
Yo,
don't get it twisted, y'all.
now I know y'all couldn't wait to hear Kiss over Premiere. Kill you on tape, then watch it over a beer. Cause you ain't nothing but a movie with expensive footage. That's the reason they gon' leave you with expensive bullets. Ain't none of y'all better than locks. Have all of y'all dressed up in a suit, dead in a box. Me and my niggas get redder than Fox. Now I don't care if I love you, I still want head in the drop. Niggas running around talking that Y2K shit. Crackheads is still gon' want that gray shit. That's why I'ma always cop the yay quick. So I suggest all of y'all stay off J-Dick. Too hard for MTV, not black enough for BET. Just let me be, give me all my royalty money and let me read. And I'ma have O's for 6 and halves for 3.
Rough Riders, don't get it twisted, y'all. Rough Riders,
M to the O to the X, X, X.
Rough Riders, don't get it twisted, y'all. Rough Riders,
LOX, nigga.
don't get it twisted, y'all.
Semenalik in the house. DJ Spinner in the house. Check it out like this. Semenalik in the house. DJ Spinner in the house.
Oh man. I hope it's a good conversation at least, Johnny.
Line to line, designed,
commit. Line to line, design divine signs to me. Line to line, design divine signs to mankind. Clear avion. Line to line, design divine signs to mankind. Clear avion, Don, beta magnetic. Reveal 7 from heaven. Testament estimates, Armageddon, dead in 2000. Veteran terror in America, former core stormtrooper. 7 bomb maneuver, moving silence, jewels of cover Long Island. Star gem, darkness, sparking, lion black. Judah Stone, onyx supreme. My honest schemes demolished, fiends astonished. Rap with craft wars and drug lords. Invincible agents, self position in the Averex. The stage is set, the pages flex. Mega text, overtake the next man who stands in the path. Map stack cash with arithmetic in different sets. Veg beam, street schemes with heat and mad fleets. Puffing expensive weed and white sheets. Dusted in the Woola Jula ice pit. Tremendous attendance, roll swift in the Benzes. Polo lenses, eyes are God. Lock pockets charged with knots. Cartels on well with plots. Nighttime shots, rock slots, pop top. Just to kill black Dillinger, Glock 9. Line the waist, ace.
Let's build for a sec, yeah, you know me. The dialect is high tech. Semantic analyst, reflex, trigger like all against night tight. They're like ice, ice is all a mind controller. Bomb with firearms, powerful and intellectual form. Word empires are built on. Let's build for a sec. Let's build for a sec.
Check it out, y'all.
Oh boy.
Check it out, y'all. Check it out, y'all. P-Rock. Remix. Check it out,
Yeah, I'm wondering if they're like complaining. Those are my favorite ones to listen to. I fucking hate my wife. I love listening to those conversations. She won't let me go out with the boys. I'm like, babe, I gotta go out with the boys. Babe. Brooding rage buried deep down. Hell yeah.
don't know, you better ask somebody. Big as a crazy brother, and I'm a lady lover. A smooth kid that'll run up in your baby mother. I push a slick Benz. I'm known to hit skins and get ends and commit sins with sick friends. Cause I'm a money getter, also a honey hitter. You think you nice as me? Haha, use a funny nigga. I flows, so one of my shows wouldn't be clever to miss. I'm leaving competitors pissed. To tell you the truth, it gets no better than this. I'm catching wreck to the break of dawn. In this song, yo, it's a must that I put it on. Yes, put it on, Big L, put it on. Come on, put it on, big fella, put it on and on. Put it on, Big L, put it on. Represent, put it on. Come on, put it on. Somewhere see me gun hustling, take a whiff it choke. Boy, you're going dead before you see me gun smoke. See me gun hustling, take a whiff it choke. You're going dead, come on, be you.
I hear you calling. Here I come, baby, to save you. Oh, baby, no more stalling. These hands have been longing to touch you, baby. And now that you've come around to seeing it my way, you won't regret it, babe. And you surely won't forget it, babe. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
Biggie Smalls is the illest.
It's unbelievable.
Biggie Smalls is the illest.
It's unbelievable.
Biggie Smalls is the illest.
It's unbelievable.
Biggie Smalls is the illest. Biggie Smalls is the illest. What? Biggie Smalls is the illest.
Oh.
Live from Bedford-Stuyvesant. Live from Bedford-Stuyvesant. Live from Bedford-Stuyvesant, the livest one, representing BK. Live from Bedford-Stuyvesant, the livest one, representing BK to the fullest. Gats I pull it, bastards ducking when Big B bucking. Chicken heads be clucking in my back room fucking. It ain't nothing. They know Big B handling with the Mac in the act door paneling, bandaging MCs, oxygen they can't breathe. Mad tricks up the sleeve, wear boxes so my dick can breathe.
Johnny, you're not shit talking. You're just repeating them shit talking. It's different. You're just reporting.
Get put on crutches, get smoked like Dutches from the master. Hate to blast ya, but I have to. You see, I smoke a lot. Your life is played out like Kwame and them fucking polka dots. Who rock the spot? Biggie, you know how the weed go. Unbelievable. Biggie Smalls is the illest. Biggie Smalls is the illest. Biggie Smalls is the illest. Biggie Smalls is the illest.
I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. I just wanna celebrate. Yeah, it's Ghostface and the man can't complain. Like my squad won the Super Bowl. Oh yeah. Like we banging on New Year's Eve. Ow! Ow! Like we just beat drowned.
Was that you, puppy?
We hype for just being here. Stones in every arm. The crib is 10 million. The corks and Dom Perignon can't reach my ceiling. 4 maze with 4 grenades. When the sun's in my face, all I do is lower the walls for shade. The pools are pain in the ass. 50
50 grand on Windex, kid. They keep it clean, the whole bottom is glass. So you can see the sharks and piranhas appear in pajamas. That's my neighbor, the faggot disrespecting my mama. No cars in no garage, it's underground shit. The way the floor open up, you think I'm hiding spaceships. French chefs, the best grapes on their breath. Louis aprons on the yank cats, but Puffy cooks the rest. Besides, I got birds that never leave the nest. They fuck on me, I watch and confess, then I go rest. Get back up, deposit them checks. Motherfuckers fucking up a good time and snapping your neck. Come on. Let's go. Like my baby's first steps, you heard? We go in. Like my first time platinum, y'all. Party up, come on. Like my first piece of nookie, Go space. We hyper just.
Pride has driven us both apart, but words can hardly say. Only vanity would make you try to hurt me. Girl, and I love you, yeah.
Chad, I'm looking for missed questions. I need something to talk about. There has to be something I missed while I was talking to Dave, right? I don't see anything. There has to be something, right? Answered the riddle one. Ever felt like I need to rediscover myself artistically? Yeah, I'm going through it right now. Going through it right now. I'm on that journey. I've done a lot of art, but none of it's, well, not none, but most of it's art I don't want to put my name on. I don't want to go, hey, it's me. I'm trying to figure out what kind of art I want to, like, put my name on. And be like, I'm that guy. Because up till now, I've been, I don't know. Even though I've always given this advice to people to not do this. It's one of those traps I fall into where I'm being a hypocrite. I was treating art like a job and not a passion for like a decade. I wasn't making art that I wanted to like put my name on and be passionate about. I was just making money off art jobs. So I'm trying to transition out of that right now. Luckily, this client, Meat Bun, is really awesome, and they let me, you know, do stuff that I actually want to do. But yeah. Yeah. It sucks. Like, I look back at all the time I've been doing art, and it's... I didn't do enough, I don't think. I wish I did more, but also, even though I did... What I did do isn't stuff I want to show people. Like, it paid bills, but it's not stuff that I'm, like, gonna throw in a portfolio. So it's like, it's almost like I have nothing to show for it, even though I did stuff. It's very weird. And I'm trying to remind myself that, like, during all the past 10 years, it always felt like it was important. Every job felt important, like, well, I gotta do this for the money. I gotta make more money. That felt very imminent, and like, I'll get to the good stuff someday. And like, I'm starting to realize that if you don't force it to be someday yourself, it's never gonna come. Like, I could have easily done that for another 10 years. And then it's just like, you know, there's never gonna be a time for you to do the stuff you want to do, because you're constantly chasing that weird anxiety feeling of not having enough and needing more. But yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to not do that anymore. I've turned down a lot of work the past, like, year, because I'm trying not to get trapped in that loop. Trying to only work for... I made a list of people I would take jobs from if I got, like, offers from certain companies. One of them is Square Enix. So I took that work. But, like, if something isn't on that list, like, I made there's a couple opportunity jobs, like working on this kind of thing, and then there's IP jobs, like Final Fantasy. And I was like, I would work on these, because these are, like, things I've wanted to do forever. But if it's not on that list, I just don't take the work. I'm trying to take 2 years off of, like, chasing work to just kind of try and make a new portfolio and try and figure out what I actually want to do with the rest of my career. Because if I don't do it now, I'm never going to do it. Yeah, Clark, I worked for a tabletop company for 5 years, and I did hundreds of paintings, and I wouldn't put any of them in a portfolio. Hundreds of paintings. But, yeah. Two deep breaths and I throw that shit back like a shot of yak. Word up. Come on, y'all. Let's go. Shake the room. We getting it in, baby. Yo. Shake the room. Freddie Fox on the motherfucking floor. Shake the room. What the fuck do you motherfuckers know, huh? I have a lot of images, but I don't have a lot of, like, art, if that makes sense. What are some examples of work I would work on that isn't IP-oriented? Being a art director on a game or a movie, I would take. Being a lead concept artist on something, I would take. Being a... I don't know. I'd have to... The list is downstairs. I have a list that I actually wrote in my notebook. My notebook's in my car, though.
Did you hear about the new epidemic going around? Every man, woman, and child.
There's a couple TV things. A couple writing gigs I would take. But yeah.
It's called the dap, and they say you get it in your pants.
Oh, hell, Biggie. That ain't no epidemic. That's a brand new day. Brand new.
Oh, and then obviously what I'm doing right now is on the list of doing posters. IP-related posters. With the caveat that I have to have some kind of creative control.
And still the motherfucker you love to hate, but can't because you love what I make. Now ain't that about a bitch? And I'ma talk shit until I'm out of hits. They don't wanna turn their sneakers up, they claim I ain't deep enough. All that talking I feed off of, keep it up. I'm relaxing, my feet is up. I'm leaving you haters like when Shaq left the Lakers just to heat it up. I state the stats to stunt, I don't need the front. Make black history every day, I don't need them all. The survey says by the streets according, Kanye just important as Michael Jordan was to the NBA when he was scoring. Ralph Lauren was boring before I wore him, and I don't like it unless it's you might see me.
I don't know, a good way to look at it, even though it's scary. It is scary, but if you started working today and worked as hard as you possibly could for the rest of your life, there are probably things you still wouldn't have enough time to do. So you have to make a list of all the shit you would like to do and go through it very honestly with yourself and go, how long is each of these going to take? And tally them up. And you're very quickly going to realize you might not have enough time to do all the things you want to do. Which means that the longer you put off doing them, the less things on that list you're going to be able to check off. So you kind of need to do, and again, I say it all the time, it's becoming a meme. It's the self-audit. You gotta do a self-audit. What's wasting time in my life? What's adding to my life? What can I get rid of to make more time to invest in myself? What things do I want to do with the time that I have? Because time is finite. You know? And that's assuming you don't, pass unexpectedly. It's assuming you live a healthy, natural, long life, which not everybody does. On the one hand, it's scary to stare mortality in the face and go, okay, I'm gonna die, what do I want to do with my time? But the flip side of that is it's good because it makes the rest of the time after that you living with purpose. And living with purpose is a lot better than just kind of floating and then going, oh shit, I wasted a bunch of time. Because it never, when you're wasting time when you're working, it never feels like you're wasting time. It always feels important. It always feels like you need this $50 for this job, or this $100 for this job, or you gotta make this client happy, or you gotta, make this amount, or you gotta, please this person to please this person, or you gotta help this friend. It always feels important in the moment. But then when you look back over the years and those things pile up, you're like, I have nothing to show for all this shit. Like, it's not building towards anything. You're working, but you're not getting anything accomplished. It's like the example I talk about sometimes when I was a kid. My dad hated people being lazy. So if there was nothing to do, he would have people, he'd pay people to move a pile of sand from one side of the yard to the other with shovels and a wheelbarrow. And then if they finished it ahead of schedule, he hated laziness so much that he would have them move it back to the spot they moved it from in the first place. And, he would just do this multiple times because in his mind he had tricked himself into thinking that working meant productivity, even if you worked all day and got nothing accomplished. Like, if you spend all day moving a pile of dirt from point A to point B, shovel by shovel load, and then you move it from point B back to point A, you worked all day. You did hard work all day. You did a ton of work, but you got nothing done. Nothing was accomplished. And it's very easy to be taking on work as an artist, or anyone really, I assume, and work all the time and go, man, I'm working like crazy. I'm working 12-hour days. I'm working, I'm grinding, I'm working. And yeah, you're working, but you're not accomplishing anything. Like, unless you're able to take a step back and look at all the pieces of the pyramid and figure out which stones you have to lay to get higher. It's very easy, and I fell into this trap. I'm trying to get out of it right now, of working all the time and getting nothing done for yourself.
Intimate, swift like a
The most dangerous thing about that is it feels good when you're doing it because you feel in the moment, you feel the dopamine of I'm working hard and I'm getting something done. It feels like you're doing the right thing, but you're not.
Now check the profile, this is lyrically handsome. Resemble my pay scale, slim nigga ain't frail. And I ain't in the gym on some ebony man shit. I'm in the laboratory, bench pressing the standard. In shorthand, I'm raising the bar. Right home in the brawl, get close to the guard, stay focused and sharp. High stake, and it's way more than paper involved. You must evolve or die, that ain't falsified. Home team, I know you keep trouble up, knock you off your grind. That's real talk for all of mine, and for all of yours. Rock steady, keep about your course. Low key, cool breeze, and I'm about my balls to tap, tap, knock down your door. Tap, tap, and break down the wall. Collecting, counting all, and like bang in the air, I'm gone.
I'm gonna go in a couple minutes, guys. I gotta get ready to go to the pool. I'll be back later tonight, though, and all day tomorrow. Texturing. Oh boy, we love texturing.
Just love to keep you in my mind.
Tell me your name again, my nigga. Terminology. So word up, word up. Watch how we go down. Hey, yo, Preem. Yeah, what's good? Seeing that it's 2006. And this being the honor that it is. Word. I figured I'll take it to teach the kids. Watch how we go down. Out here on these streets, all we got is gun clips, dirty chicks, and niggas that snitch. That's what's up. Can't forget about the drug strips. No doubt. Shit. Yo, I see myself as the holy resurrection upon. If I ain't that, then you name one. Rapper that's lyrical slash Latin, political past, rapping with visuals past. Malcolm and Finna go past platinum. It's hard, but I speak the truth. Inspire to teach the youth, defy to heat the booth. I'm high to beat the loop. The system and trash of sin. They tackle a rapper sin. These shackles and pack of sin. The back of the crack is in. I'm packing the Mac again like capital punishment. Hugging the gun and then running and ducking from the government. They dying to cuff me up, lock me down, touch me up, cock the pound, bust me up, stop my sound, hush me up. But I shall never hold my tongue. Before that, I roll my blunt and load my gun. Give a kiss to my daughter, tell my mother I love her, and blow the brains out a couple dirty cops undercover. Crooked detectives is foul, how they booking the rest for cooking and stretching. We just trying to feed our kids. The streets crazy wild, plus it get crazy foul. Listen when I say it now.
Alright. Didn't get a ton done, but texturing bark does take a while. Let me get some of this plant done. Not a great day, but listen, day's not over. Day's not over. Alright guys, I'm gonna go to the gym. I'll see you later. Not sure, Suki. Depends on the pool.
Yeah. Well, Lord. Yeah. We sell crack to our own out the back of our homes. We smell the musk of the dusk and the crack of the dawn. We go through episodes too, like Attack of the Clones. What till we break a back and you hear the crack of the bone? To get by, just to get by, just to get by, just to get by. We come